Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling the good on your boxing, yeah. This mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
Well, here we are. Eating my piece of chocolate cake while I wait for things to unfurl. It's been a long week, a long work week for me. Getting called in early, getting off late. Y'all know how I go when you're chasing that paper. But we're gonna have a nice discussion. We had some good fights come up. Some good fights. Badu Jack came through for me, thanks to Trey X. Let me know where to put your money where your mouth is. But that Macaboo dude, oh my gosh, Macabo. I thought he was gonna be a straight monster, which he was. Dude came dangerous. He was hard fight. Loved it. As always, I'm gonna let things slide in slow. Take my time. And see who gonna fall into the spot. Let's see what we got here. Well, while I do that, get myself together. All right, get myself together. Let me see what we can do here. Pull this up. And as the time goes, let's roll.
One, two, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, you really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 We gon' do it.
I hear they out there looking for me. Tell me where they at. Been out here for a second, man. I guess that was cap. Got myself a bag of fly, about to bake a cat. Niggas talking about some jewelry, man. I'm on that real estate. They don't pop their pussy for niggas that they don't know. I'm all into the spots and pussy popping for sure. Niggas getting upset and I can see it in their face. I'm in my chill mode. Don't make me have to catch a case.
1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 Wait. They tell me I'm belligerent when I'm inebriated. I tell them that I'm calm, but they always want to debate it. I get hella faded and niggas act like they hate it. Puff and pass, nigga. Bitching about how they waited. I got my drink and smoke, I'm laid back, feeling elated. Looking in the sky while my pupils is dilated. Check my lotto numbers from earlier, cause I played it. Then I hear my song on the station. They got me to be made it. 1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, we really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 We gon' do it.
I'm from the dirty south, yeah, we getting money too. Don't give a fuck about what these other motherfuckers do. I'm from a city that is wild as the fucking zoo. Houston, Texas, we ghetto boys and we bang school. Shout out to the south side and peace to the north too. Southwest, we in this bitch. A-League, what it do? I take off like a Houston Rocket. Got bros, not partners, all my little cousins. So choppers, I'm such a rock star. These hoes love me. It's the league we start vibing. They see me being a full-time player. You just part-timing. I'm lit like a big more heat than a furnace. Light 'em up with the quickness like my big brother Ernest. Doing my thing, hit my Dougie on these niggas. Bubba Sparks, hell yeah, it's getting ugly for these niggas. I'm so Texas player parlaying on another level. Success is my best friend. I've been through setbacks and failures. And tell you those ass friends, they can get it too. I'm on my grind called state of the art, fool. Yeah, snap back on backwards on tilt. My nigga, I'm so cool. Flawless victory. Oh, tell them what it do.
1, 2, we got that heat for you. 3, 4, really want more. 5, 6, dropping nothing but hits. 7, 8, wait. We gon' do it. 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 We gon' do it.
Wait. What's good? We woke around here in the land of MZ Talks Boxing. I see we got people falling into the chat. We got Master Rod and Philly say we gonna do it. We got Joseph Brown in the house. He say salute MZ. I'm saying salute right back. Gotcha. Yeah, you're gonna have to come on in and explain to me why I should have picked whoever it is you said I should have picked over Pons. Was it Pons that I picked? Yeah, it probably was. But anyway, it's been a long week. I hope everybody has had a good, productive week and things are going smooth for them. And you had a blessed time. And you're still making money and everybody's healthy. Prayers go out to Yasser's partner. Everybody sending their positive energy to that young man. He's going through some things, and I hope things get better for him. And then Joseph Brown, y'all bang that like button. What's up, Joe Brown? What's happening?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to my man Yasser, man.
That's right.
Hold your head up. Hold your head up, bro.
100. 100, keep your head up. Master Rod's supposed to be coming through and hollering at us. You know, I shot in the link. We'll see what go down with it. But how your week been, my brother?
Oh, man, it was good, man. Went to the Minneapolis fights, you know.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. I saw the pictures. They look so good. From what I can tell, it looked like you had a hell of a time.
Yeah, I took one of my partners. He ain't really into boxing like that, but yeah, it was a good experience for him. He actually want to come back and see another fight when there's another fight card coming up. So, which is good, man, because we need more people to put more eyes on the sport. And so that was a decent card for him to come and see. And you know, he liked the action in there. It was a few fights that were a little stagnant. But overall, it was a good experience.
Right. Yeah, I saw the pictures and everything. Oh, we got Gil Coles and fell in. Napoleon Armstrong, what's good, brother? What's good? You see Gil Coles coming in already. Say I had a very productive week in Champ Ross. Hashtag fish ain't biting. Oh, very funny. Very funny. He's sending love that who's that has so much love? Yeah, he's sending love out to Yasser. We saying salute, fellas. Yeah, good, Gil Cole. I see you talking. You talking a good game. Go ahead and send it out. I'm glad you had a okay weekend. Champ Ross. I don't really know that the fish ain't biting thing. Y'all gonna have to hit me up on that. I'm not sure what that means. Everything going good.
That's that Florida talk, man. That's that Florida talk. That's all.
Okay. I should just let it go on by me, huh? Not even worry about it. No, we got Napoleon Armstrong. What's up, man? What's good with you? Glad you made it through, man. Y'all hit that like button if you don't mind while you coming on up in here. I can't get my country talk out today. But I'm sitting here, I'm prepared. I got my thick jacket on because I know it's coming. Joseph Brown, where you at in Champ Ross right now? I see everybody had a pretty productive week.
I think I finished like top 20, if I'm not mistaken, this week. But overall, I'm still top 5. So,
okay.
I'm still top 5. I'm 13 points away from first. So I'm in the thick of things.
Glad to hear. I'm glad to hear it. I see everybody in the champ from the block fan from the gym is doing pretty good. Oh my gosh, we got real recognized real up in here. You say what was them? I think that's supposed to be what's up. Everybody salute to you. Oh, bro must be a little buzzed or something. I can't make out what this is supposed to say. Y'all already know I barely get the words out good anyway. But I see we got Hyphy that fell in. Master Rod looked like he having problems trying to get in. I seen him come in, but his connection not coming through. We'll see what happens. What's going on, Hyphy?
I think he might have fell off with me.
Oh,
there you go.
Shakur. It's Shakur time. Nigga, we want all the smoke. Devin Haney, we coming for your ass and your bitch ass daddy too.
Stay leading. Okay, hold on. I'm still trying to figure out Wazam. They gotta be Wazam.
That's like Louisiana slang. Like what?
Okay.
Like bitch, what's that?
Okay, Wazam. Okay, I feel you. Everybody, my brother got me thrown off. He came in here and put okay, whatever. He say salute to all y'all. What it do? What up, MZ? What's up, little bro? Y'all remember real recognized real, aka Calls, one of the fellas that's on the on my little music. Shit, he the one that say which song is I can't even think of nothing right now. I'm just tripping it. I'm seeing my brothers coming through so early and fast. It's good to see you, bro. Y'all stay lit. Master Rod, I'm sure you're working on the link, but do what you got to do. But what's this I'm hearing about Shakur? Shakur.
My father won all the belts. We coming for all the belts at 135. Now, it's certain niggas that's mad at Devin Haney daddy, so out of revenge, they could decide to basically form a little coup and decide to go against what their whole channel represents, what the fucking H even in the name stand for, and now they gonna go against Devin Haney, and so they want to be Shakur fans now, and it's like a code of these niggas, and nobody find anything wrong with that shit. I'm amazed, boy.
Okay, I feel what you're saying. Okay, bro, say nah, bro. That's just that Gulf Coast. Ugh, I can't talk Gulf Coast shit. I got you. Oh man, here goes something that's gonna surprise everybody. Let me just bring Master Rod in. Master Rod's been popping to the show, y'all. We haven't seen him in a while. Welcome to the show, Master Rod. I'm in here with Joseph Brown, aka Judge Joe Brown, aka the Honorable. Then I got Hyphy, the man, the myth, the legend.
What's going on, fellas?
Salute.
Yeah.
You fellas alive tonight?
Yeah, we finna get some things going. Joseph Brown got some got an educational class that he said he's gonna walk me through today about picking the wrong picks.
I don't know about all that, MZ, but but what I will say is that as far as the fights go, some positive things have come up. I just found out that Showtime is going to have another card in my city, and I'm happy about coming up in June. So for all the Showtime and PBC haters out there, they still got more fights coming through the pipe.
Oh, they're not going out of business yet?
Not just yet. Not just yet. They got another fight card coming up on June 24th. I'm hearing that Carlos Adames is fighting Julian J. Rock Williams.
J. Rock's gonna make an appearance again?
Yeah, J. Rock's gonna make an appearance again. I think Eric Salubin is gonna be on that card too. So I gotta look again and check. But yeah, I think Lubin's gonna be on that card.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be his return, won't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see how
Real recognize real.
I want to see how it's gonna look. He said, "Oh, real bro. He Maestro not in yet. He haven't popped up yet. He haven't said anything, but I'm sure he'll be swinging through in a little while." He also sent his shouts out to Gil Cole. I want to bring up because I know y'all saw it. I want to get y'all's opinion and y'all feel on the fact that
Hey, what's going on, man?
Get a feel on get a feel on Adrian Broner coming out with that little video he did about leaving BLK and kind of walking back the fact that he might have spent all his money and that Al Heyman wasn't holding it from him. What y'all think about that?
Nothing.
Well, shit. I mean, we've been figured out that it was definitely a shortage of money going with Adrian Broner, but him leaving BLK Prime, I just think it's a situation that basically he was really looking forward to a payday to bail him out, and unfortunately it couldn't come with BLK, so now he gotta you can get Broner for the low right now. I could probably get that nigga for like $1,500.
Yeah, it's like he's flapping in the wind like a flag right now. I seen some people say, should he get another chance and all that stuff, but I don't really know. I think
somebody got some background, man.
Somebody got some background in the background. I think that's Master
I'm over here
Rod.
on mute.
I think that's Master Rod in the background. Master Rod, mute yourself until you get ready to talk. Your background in there killing us. Gil Cole speaking the real, recognize real. He says salute Master Rod.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
No, we hear your people in the background, whether your TV or whatever. We hear it in the background. Okay, you got quiet now. We good. Okay, where was it? Oh, Adrian Broner. I heard his little apology. I heard him say, but it's turned into a serious soap opera around here with these people, man. But anyway, Adrian Broner got his own problems. He brought them to himself. We'll see how he work them out.
Well, it's one of those things, MZ. It's a lot of people who aren't really for the sport of boxing, content creators, like 99.9% of content creators jumped on when Adrian Broner was throwing a lot of shade at Al Heyman in the PBC. So it fit a lot of their narratives when they spoke out and took Adrian Broner's side of the story, and they ran with it. So now a lot of them gotta hold up that L, because come to find out, Adrian Broner's been Adrian Broner's biggest problem, like a lot of us has been saying about him. And he still has some people out there who want to support him and who want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and want to see him make a comeback. I heard on the interview that I just recently listened to about an hour ago with Bernard Hopkins and Golden Boy, they're actually willing to take on AB and potentially set up a fight with him and what's the loudmouth guy? Who
Blair.
fought him? Blair the Flair. Yeah, Blair the Flair.
Woo!
Yeah, so Bernard Hopkins is speaking like, you know, they have interest in AB and they believe in AB and they think his back's against the wall and they want to give him an opportunity. So the ball's in his court. Now, if he screws that up, he has no more lifelines out here in boxing. So this is pretty much the end of the road for him.
Blair Clyde fights at 147.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that works out. We'll see how that works out for him through the situation. We got Trey Exton up in the house. He's speaking to Gil Cole, Napoleon Armstrong coming in, holding his hands up high, letting us know we in. What's up, my bro? What's good with you? All day. Oh, pimp. Okay, my bad. I'm all in the wrong conversation. Well, I see everybody falling in. Well, as far as I can say with that, with Adrian Broner and Golden Boy, you know, maybe it will work out for him. Maybe he will be able to get something out of it because, you know, it's just crazy that the man had 3 opponents to fall through for one fight. That's just insane. And at one point, you know, they was making a conspiracy saying that it was the powers to be trying to stop AB. And I was like, why would they be trying to stop him? Really, what would be a feasible reason that they would not want AB to make money or have a fight? Especially if he's not in their stable, how is that going? It really wouldn't hurt him. I don't really see. I see people saying that, oh, AB was going to be a big draw and this and that, but I don't really think that that fight was going to pull as much as everybody thought. I think he's a draw, but I also think people feel like AB been tripping a lot.
Well, touching on something that Joseph was just saying, you had a lot of, because, you know, it's a lot of, let's just say anti-LDBC people out there. They want PBC to fail. They want PBC to fail. They want Showtime to go out of business, all that stuff. So they was Broner leaving, or at least, you know, messing around with BLK Prime. They was using that to say basically PBC was going bankrupt. But now they got to eat their words.
Well, yeah, they were making that big statement. Excuse me. They was making that statement and trying to get that narrative going that PBC was going out of business. When Paramount made their announcement, you know, that just strengthened their stands and they resolved that PBC was going out of business. They started.
Yeah, but why aren't they making that same statement out of BLK Prime and him and Split? Why aren't they saying, you know, similar things about BLK Prime? You know, where's the same energy? I thought Al Heyman was blackballing Adrian Broner, when but the split between both of them was mutual. BLK Prime and Adrian Broner.
Yeah, because he came out and said it was mutual, so you know they can use that as one of their arguments. Oh, you know, they left on good standings. Well, somebody else made a good point. I think it probably was the Angry Man podcast. I'm not for sure. But I did hear one of them make a good statement and say, you got a $5 million company that's supposed to be paying somebody $12 million. So they paying out a paycheck bigger than what they're worth. And they was going to stay afloat doing that, putting on the best fights and everything, paying people what they want, to paying people big bags to fight whoever they wanted to fight. That sounded like a recipe for disaster.
But yeah, MZ, that's not uncommon. I mean, we've seen PBC do that when they initially first jumped on the scene with all the money they had and how they were paying fighters. We've seen DAZN do it. We've seen a number of promotional companies do it when they first start out. They have to be able to compete at some level. But at the end of the day, as you see with DAZN, what you see with PBC, at some point you're going to have to recoup some of this money back. And with DAZN, you see the price hikes in terms of, you know, what they're charging their subscriber base now. They're having more pay-per-views when they said pay-per-views were dead. So, you know, they have to adjust their model. That's just what happens when you overpay.
Well, and one thing, I guess what people feel that separated is PBC is not Showtime and it's not Fox. PBC is just a promotional company or have you, where DAZN actually was trying to pick fighters and show the fights because, you know, they are the app, you know, so they have a bigger, I guess, a bigger thing that they had to worry about paying. Exactly. Same thing with BLK Prime. They come in, they both be able to have put on the best fights, put them on for cheap, and then they had to go out and find fighters. So PBC, I think, standing as strong as out of it because they actually went to a network and got teamed up to have somebody put out, opposed to them having to try to bring a network to life or an app to life and compete against two juggernauts that's already set up with meaning ESPN and Showtime. Oh, and let me not forget Fox. They already established, and they can go ahead and put stuff on their schedule and get people to watch it. Where you have to beg people to come to the zone to even to come to the zone, subscribe, to watch whatever content you have. Same thing with BLK Prime. That's my opinion.
But it's a systemic problem across boxing, and it's good that this is happening because now all this exclusive, we're just going to deal with one promotional outfit with these networks. It should go away, and they should just be trying to get the best possible fights. So that means you're bringing in everybody promotion-wise in order for you to make sure that happens on your platform. That's what all of them should be doing. That makes a better product. That makes it better for the sport as a whole and for the fans. It gives us the fights that we want to see because now we don't have the network exclusive deals with just one promotional outfit and their fighters.
I feel that. We lost Master Rod. I don't know what happened. I just looked up and he was gone. But it was great having him come through, and the link's still alive. So if he come back, we'll catch him again. It was I had a brain for it. Terrible. Must have been thinking about some of those grandma's cookings that can't cook. So I guess that's enough about AB and BLK Prime and whatnot and the way it's falling apart. But I am looking and got my ear to the street to see how these channels that was riding with them like they were and taking shots from far. I'm gonna see how they're gonna try to turn and re-narrate themselves. That's what's gonna be fun for me to see how they're gonna try to rebrandish this situation. Hyphy, what you got funny for me today, man? Oh shit, everybody's stuck on mute. Well, let me kick back. Put this in the air and say, Champ Ross. I struggled a little bit this week. Let me go and put that out there myself before anybody come in and start shooting a gun in my direction. I had a bad week. I don't know what happened. I went left when I should have went right. Ponce fell down and lost the fight. Is there some more fights that we are missing? Because I don't remember seeing really. Did we get all the fights already? Because my girl, I want to know how that girl I picked did.
Well, where you made your error with Ponce is that he's fighting the guy in the tie is that he trains in altitude, above altitude. So he trains at 7,000 degrees above altitude.
How you get that information?
You just gotta dig, man. He's a Puerto Rican fighter who lives in Mexico. His trainer made sure that he get posted in Mexico. So he stays outside of Mexico City. The altitude is already above 7,200 feet, but where he trains at is a little bit above that. So he's always going to be in the best condition to fight. There's nothing there to do but for him to train, and that's it. It was purposely set up for him to be in that environment. And so he's always going to be in the best condition. He's always going to throw a ton of punches. You're not going to see a whole bunch of skill as far as his jabs, but he's responsible enough when he's fighting inside that he's not going to take the full brunt of a lot of guys' shots in there. He knows how to maneuver in there and roll with punches when he does get hit. The trouble he's going to have is his footing. He's got terrible feet. And anybody who can box on the outside and keep him at distance, they'll be able to beat him easily. But if you stand in front of this dude and you fight in the phone booth, you're asking for trouble.
I see.
And I was surprised the stance that Ponce took. I didn't expect him when I was watching it at the Armory. I didn't expect him to come out in the first round the way he did. I thought he was going to, use his jab, try to box a little bit, but he just came straight at Matthysse. He came at him, and he fought the fight in his range, in the pocket with him. I was just like, whoa.
So he came. Well, when I looked at him, I didn't see that kind of fighting. I figured just he was gonna go move around and box, old boy.
Yeah, because he fights in the high guard. Initially, he fights in the high guard from distance. He uses the jab. He creates some space, and he hits you in the mid range. But I didn't expect him to fight Matthysse inside the way he did. And like I said, he came in the first round and he just went straight at him.
Man. And you got to see it like right up close, right in person.
Yeah, I got to see it live. And that was a fight that I told my buddy who was sitting next to me. I said, watch out for this fight. I said, however dull the Jamal James fight was, I said, this is going to make up for it 10 times over.
And it did.
And it did, man. The crowd was going nuts. We was in there watching that fight, man. Those guys were going back and forth, and you could just kind of see the shots, man. When Matthysse was landing those short shots on the inside, you could just see the sweat just flying from Ponce's head, man. I mean, we could hear it. You could hear it. You could see it. And my partner was like, man, you see that sweat? I was like, yeah, man. I told you, he turned them shots over on the inside, and you could just see, man, when he got to the fourth or fifth round, you could start to see Ponce started to wear down. And I was like, this is a bad sign. I was like, it's too early in the fight for him to be wearing down.
So he went out there with the wrong game plan, and it beat
him. Man. Yeah,
beat
man.
Me too. Beat me too. Look at you.
Well, I didn't.
Go ahead.
I mean, I didn't pick Ponce to win. I actually picked him to get stopped, but I picked him to get stopped later on because I figured he was going to box a little bit. But he just came right at him, and he just was banging with it.
That was real smooth how you just put in there that you didn't pick you picked Ponce to lose. That was real smooth how you slid that in there, I like that. That was real smooth. He slid that right on in, that little shot. Yeah, I ain't picking you, I ain't feel bad because I ain't picking. That's you, MZ, with that. I got you. Then Gil Coles ain't make you no better, the little messy self. He want to say, MZ, just blame your picks on Trey X like last week. First of all, homeboy, I didn't blame my picks on Trey X last week. I ain't never blamed my picks on nobody. You're just trying to take my words and mince them up, have people confused. Well, I'm not going to let you do that. What I said was, go to the beginning of the last week's video, and you can hear it. But I didn't blame Trey X. Slimy, I tell you, worse than D-Lo. I tell you the truth. Y'all better be glad. Wait a minute, Napoleon Armstrong is putting out something. He said, y'all better be glad I'm not focused on that Ross. I'm still in contention, even missing fights, and no KO or decision picks under my belt. When that changes, it's on. I feel you, and I hope I'm ready with the sentiments you want to send it with.
Hey, that sounds good and everything, but shit, We halfway through the season. When are you gonna pay attention?
Dang. That's like saying we halfway through the school year. You've been messing around over there in the back, drawing pictures in your notebook and writing rhymes, filling all your tests. I can't even say that to nobody because that sounds like me right now. Well, anyway, it is what it is. And you said we halfway in the season? It's time for me to buckle down real tight now.
Yeah, we passed the midpoint.
How many weeks is it in the season? I need to ask that question.
I think it's like, what, 14, 15 weeks?
Oh, shoot. And man, let me tell you, I be trying to come in from work. I be having my energy. I said, let me go in and watch a couple of these fights. You know, for every fight, I got to go and watch 2 fights, you know, and try to get my pick. I'm trying to look and see who doing what, who had a layoff. Then I call myself taking a nap and jumping back up on it and trying to go to work. And I ain't making no excuses. I'm going to fight it to the end. Tooth and nail, I'm coming. I ain't going to end in the 50s. I bet you that. Gil Cole said we in week 12. 12 weeks. Trey say 12 weeks, and we are going into week 7. So all people that's in the back, y'all need to stiffen up and get it together. Make a move because 7 is over halfway at 12. So that goes to tell you we crossing the danger line, pointing no return.
Hey, I stand corrected. Trey, set the record straight. That's even less time.
Yeah. I'm kind of hearing a little extra emphasis in your voice tonight, man. It's like having that feel of being up in the top 5, like talking to people way back in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like you got like you about to hit the gavel on us or something.
Look, I can't help how you feel, MZ. I mean, I'm not slinging no dirt your way.
Oh, never would I have thought that you were slinging dirt my way, sir. Never would I. That never even crossed my mind. Because, of course, you came on here to let me know the reasons you didn't pick Ponce to win the fight. Actually, you picked him to get stopped. He just got stopped a little sooner than you thought. Am I correct on rephrasing that? What you said, right?
You 100% correct.
I appreciate that. Salute to D-Lo 404 Boxing. My arch nemesis, it seems like, when it comes to these YouTube streets. We brothers, but for some reason, every time I drive past his car, he throw a rock at my window. Can't understand it.
Hey, was I just breaking down that main event from last Saturday?
Which main event? You talking about Fury and Paul?
Nah, real boxing.
Okay. The way, because he came in kind of laughing with it, so I thought he was like, go on. Who we talking about? Madu Jack.
Nah, Ponce and Matthias.
Oh yeah, Joseph Brown just let us know why we should have. Well, not we. I don't know who all picked Ponce. I know I picked it. Feel real bad about it too. Because every time I heard a name of somebody losing, I hurried up and went to the list and said, "Son of a bitch, I picked the wrong guy."
Well, and me and Trey, we always talk about this type of stuff. The Argentina fighters. You had 2 Argentina fighters, main event, co-main event. I said, no way in hell, both them boys gonna lose. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if they come out 2-0. So after Jamal James won, I was real surprised. That both of them Argentina fighters, they lost. That's kind of rare.
You're talking about the most boring fight on the whole entire card was that Jamal James Paul Mata fight. That was a terrible fight to watch, and that was one of the fights that didn't showcase boxing in a good light as far as me bringing a casual fan with me to come watch it, because he didn't have pleasant things to say about Jamal James and his punching ability. He said this dude looked like my daughter fight my son the way he punches.
Man,
Wow.
yo, that Jamal James, even though he walked away with the win, I'm telling you right now, he's ready to get not only ready to just fight for the picking, but he's going to seriously get hurt.
If you go up against the wrong contestant or the wrong combatant,
He could go up against another Argentina fighter, even like Romain Villa, somebody like that. I mean, Jamal just the way his upper body, like the way his movement and stuff, he gonna get seriously hurt.
I'm gonna jump in the chat real quick. Where D-Lo say, who snatched the T at Trey X? I don't know what that means. But Trey X say that Champ Ross brought the bravado out of Judge Joe Brown. Say Judge Joe Brown up here talking with it, saying it with his chest. Let it be known, hey man, I'm in the top 5. Y'all can say what y'all want, but we getting close to the end. He gonna get a gavel with a gold handle and hit people in the head with it, let them know I'm a champ now. Y'all can't tell me nothing. But it ain't over with. Let me just go on and put my decree. Y'all remember, I'm still in it. I might be in the back, and y'all looking back there laughing at me, talking about MZ even moved up, then he moved back. I hear it all. Y'all gonna look up and I'm gonna be right there looking at y'all grills, talking about what y'all was saying. But until then, I'll take the lashes and everything that come with it right now. What the F did I see Ray X and the Trey X in the chat? Really? I didn't see a Ray X. They haven't said anything. Napoleon Armstrong says 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 weeks left, halfway point. I got it. Sources say Joseph Brown gonna get in them championship rounds and choke like them Eagles. These are words typed by yours truly, Gil Coles. Big bro in the house. I'm saying salute to you, Ernest Davis, aka Manny Draper, Texas Timbo, my favorite producer, my big bro.
Hey, I can't hear him. I'm too high up.
Oh, that's a good one right there, Joe Brown. He too high up to hear you, Gil Cole. You might have to put that in all capitals, screaming from a mountaintop. I actually feel bad for Jamal Jones while watching him winning the fight. This is words from D-Lo 404 Boxing. And I guess that plays into what you're saying, Hyphy, about he just right for the picking to get hurt.
Yeah, you can see I can just see it based off my years of watching boxing. Yeah, you got guys who can win certain fights, but yeah, he's seriously gonna get hurt. Like, he should retire off of that win. You had a win in your hometown. You just, I believe he just got married or something, or he had COVID 3 times over the last couple of years. He just opened up some new type of like nonprofit or something. He got it's like his life outside of boxing is going real well. And I think the signs are there just telling him that it's time to, move on from your boxing career and, go conquer your other adventures and stuff. And I would like to see him do that because he's going to get seriously hurt if he keeps boxing.
Right. Now, let me ask you real quick. When I said Jamal James, I did say Jamal James, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, D-Lo 404 Boxing. James, not Jones, old fella. I didn't even say Jones. I don't even know where you got that from. See, you need to get you some new batteries for your hearing aids and turn the volume up so you can make sure I'm saying the right words, so you can hear that I said the right words, sir. So, moving right along. I can't believe D-Lo just shot that shot like that. He got good things going in Minneapolis. He may as well take soft touches and earn his money. How old is he now?
He's 35, but he's definitely he's definitely long in the tooth, and these layoffs is not helping him. The fight previously, when he got stopped by Butaev, he got stopped in that fight, and he was coming off a long layoff on that fight. This one was 17 months. So if he's gonna make a serious commitment to boxing, he can't be having these kind of layoffs, and he's already long in the tooth as it is.
Man.
Yo, and to add on to that, See, he just beat a 2016 Argentina Olympian. Now, Argentina, they're not known for having good Olympians, but that sounds like a risky fight already because, like I was saying, them Argentinians that usually come to fight. So whoever was saying, he might just be good taking soft touches, that sounds good and all, but you can't keep on doing that because, like I said, Romain Villa, he was supposed to be a soft touch for Rashidi. You get me? So you're not gonna keep getting away with this. Just thinking you're gonna get soft touches. You're gonna run into one of them ones.
Okay.
And we already know that ain't the PBC model. They don't give you a whole bunch of soft touches. They'll put you in there and give you somebody who's going to test you.
That's what we want out of the people when they put the fights on in front of us to see good fights and people getting tested. Brother Rodney, Master Rod said, brothers, I'm gonna cut out again. Got to get up early. Salute to all you fellas. So, Master Rod, I'll let you later on. Hit me up. Napoleon Armstrong is really after Joseph Brown today. He said, at Joseph Brown, don't hit a rough patch along the way. See, that's what happened when you get in that top 5. All kind of stuff start coming for you. They start throwing tires and jacks, everything.
Hey, man, I ain't the one out here making excuses and talking about I'm about to get this and do that.
Oh, wait a minute. Shots fired. Last thing I remember was I was saying something like that. You need to aim your gun a little more to the left, Joseph Brown. It seems like your shots are steadily like curving my way.
Man, if I screw up, I screw up, bro. I ain't blaming on nothing but me just screwing up.
Hey, I'm making some bad picks. I'm putting my study in. I'm just making some bad picks. I ain't even concentrating on the decisions of the knockouts. I'm trying to get the picks right. I'm just trying to get the picks right. I got to get back. I got to get my mojo. I can't even say get it back because it don't seem like I've ever had it. It's real bad out here, these Champ Raw streets. Real bad. Hyphy, you need to join, man. So you can feel my struggle, feel my pain.
Man, my boxing knowledge is priceless, boy. I ain't doing it.
That's a great way to introduce yourself. My shit priceless, and I ain't doing it. Nah.
Hey, before I came over here, I was listening to a stream that's talking about, John Sullivan.
Sullivan? Yeah.
Yeah, I be trying to get my, get my shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I peeped that out. I see Trey X put it in the Discord.
Yeah.
I picked it up.
I'll be wasting no time listening so-and-so break down boxing negotiations. Nah.
Uh-oh. Just to jump in the chat, and I feel you on that, Trey X went into the I can't even think of the list. Damn it, what's wrong with me today? He got a list for Champ Ross. I'm gonna think of the name of it in a minute. He said, I gotta say that Napoleon is an official 4.5 on that's right, the Champ Ross scale, the amateur pedigree scale. I know it's gonna come back to me. He's a Champ Ross bronze medalist. Respect his due. Take the words right out of my mouth. Just leave me speechless. Okay. Bronze medalist in Champ Ross. Okay, Napoleon Armstrong. I did not know. I can't see that D-Lo mentioned it. MZ instigating. That was the first time I addressed Judge Brown. Oh, really? My bad. I'm not instigating. I thought that, maybe I read the wrong name and thought they said Napoleon Armstrong. I be messing people's names up like that.
Yeah, you is up here trying to instigate beef, man. I see you over there, MZ. You're trying to smoke your blunt on the cool, but at the same time, you're blowing a lot of smoke right now.
Me? Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that you guys would think that. Not me. I'm riding, I'm with you guys. Y'all know I gotta put a little spice to it when I read it. So it'll sound like, maybe they said it. I can't be up here I already messed the words up half the time. So let me put some spice to it. D-Lo 404 Boxing said, you definitely said Jones. I wouldn't lie. On the senior citizen, I was raised better than that. So Yeah.
Hey, what did you see the main event though, MZ?
No, the only fight I've gotten to see so far is which fight was it? I got to see some of the Badu Jack fight. I haven't got to see any of the fights yet. My schedule got changed around so much this week. I thought I was gonna get to listen to somebody call the fight while I was at work, but I ended up getting called in 4 hours early, messing up my sleep rate. I was just thrown off. That's why I'm excited to get here and get the chance to talk to y'all because I know y'all saw it. Like last week when you guys got to see the fights, then I just get to go back and listen to it. I mean, watch the fight and look for the things that y'all was telling me happen. So at the moment, I haven't got to see any of them because I was about to ask. I can't think of the girl's name. I'm trying to find. Let me find her name because I want to know who won the fight between Deborah Anaya and who won that fight? Did anybody see that fight between Deborah and Anaya?
Oh, Dina Thurls.
Dina won?
Yeah, you know Dina won, man. You know she won, man.
I didn't see the fight. I didn't nobody. This the first time I hear about it. I picked the wrong person.
Man, I told you about her last week when we were talking about how she's got really good footwork, athleticism. She's got a nice little quick jab. She gets in and out, hits her opponents with straight right hands and hooks. She's more of an athletic type fighter on the women's side. She's got some technical ability also.
I went with the what pulled me off of it. Deborah's physicality kind of threw me off a little bit. Damn it! I can't believe. Come on, man, you got to do better. Gil Cole said I got to be at least a 5 point. I got Marlo Corner trivia belt. I don't think they got anything to do with each other. Anything. He said, Trey X said, you a 3.5 champ, Ross, top 10 finisher. I give you that. I give you that. Napoleon Armstrong said, is he trying to get the heat off him? What heat? I don't feel no heat. It's real chill out here. Real chill. Yeah, I see Dana won. I appreciate that. I picked the wrong girl. And I know I talked to Joe Brown about it. We did. I do remember us having that conversation. I do. But then when I went and watched the old girl, she tricked me. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. The boy D-Lo said, I'm a real 1.5 with the ability to upset a 5 on any given week. Honorable mention. Yeah, that don't even count for nothing. I could say I'm a 1.5. Oh, maybe I can't say I'm a 1.5. Maybe I'm more like a 0.5. I don't think you go any lower than that. I can't be no that 0. Because I ain't been last but one time. And I corrected that. I could take the credit and say I made Lala D quit. Yeah. Nah. Y'all take that. Voice of reason. I admire your champ, Ross. Come up. Go ahead and say what you got to say, my player.
No, I was just gonna talk about some of these, these upcoming fights, man. We got a good one. We got Figueroa.
Who Brandon fighting?
Oh man, I always screw up his name, man. But he's
Mark.
Freddie Roach. Mark, yeah, Mark. I always screw up his last name.
Yeah, Maxeo.
Maxeo, yeah.
Oh, don't feel bad. I be messing people's names up too, but I can say Mark Maxeo pretty good. But continue, please.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
Who you got?
I ain't telling you who I got. I'm just gonna say this. A lot is riding on if one guy is able to deal with the pressure of the other guy. He dealt with a pressure fighter before. Moskaev did. He didn't look too good dealing with a guy with pressure. I just don't know if his camp is preparing him to be able to handle a guy like Brandon Figueroa's pressure. We all know that Brandon his style is exciting, but it's short-lived. meaning that there's no longevity in the way he fights. He's gonna give. He's gonna give as good as he takes, and a lot of times he's given a lot more than he's taken. Um, he's not defensive in any way. He's easy to hit. He's always going to be there in front of you to get hit. The thing is, can you withstand his pressure and him bringing the fight to you? And I don't know if that's the big question mark for Mark. If he can, if he does, he should be able to win pretty easily. But if he can't, he's gonna wilt like we've seen Neary wilt, and we've seen previous other fighters wilt.
Right. Is Brandon the longer fighter?
Yeah, he has, taller. Yeah, I think he has a longer reach also. You see guys like Brandon Rios, like Joseph was saying, they usually are on the decline before they reach the age 30. They peak around 28, 29, and they just start declining because that type of style, it just can't, there's just no longevity in that type of style. It's very exciting for us though.
Yeah, that I can get with that. They're just taking too much punishment and damage. Okay, let me get back in the chat because I see it's going down. D-Lo 404 said, no, MZ, you are minus, wait, what? A minus 1.5, but you're on the upswing. Ooh, that's just, I don't know what to say about that. Trey X say, OG bragging about not being dead last. Yeah, that's shit. Personally, last place can't say nothing. At least I can talk about somebody because somebody behind me. So, there it is. I got to look at the positive on every direction. Even though I am getting smashed right now. I'm just trying to hold my Napoleon Armstrong laughing. I'm glad he cracking your side. 1.5 negative 1.5. He just, okay. Yeah. Okay. Joseph Brown said he ain't giving up his secrets. All I asked, what he was thinking. I appreciate it. No intentions behind it at all. D-Lo 404 say, no lifelines given tonight, MZ. Get it how you live. At least you aren't dead last. It's right. I ain't dead last. Okay, Maxeyo, my decision is at plus 550. Might have to take a look at that. A look at it. For somebody to say, you ain't say what I said. Might have to take a look at it. 550 plus. Got to reach out to my oracle and see what he think about that. Brandon is likely always the taller fighter with more reach. And I was thinking about that because I was thinking about how I think it was Trey X said that pressure from a taller fighter really makes a difference. And Figueroa being that kind of pressure guy, like Judge Brown said, we're gonna have to see if Maxayo can stand up to it. If he can't, then Figueroa will be holding his hands up. If he can, Joseph Brown feel like he gonna make some work of Figueroa. It's just however the quarter turns. Coin, quarter, nickel, whatever.
Yeah, that's just a hell of a dimension to deal with when you got a taller fighter that's like that. I know a lot of people highly rate Stephen Fulton, and look what he had to deal with. He didn't even escape that fight with a clean win.
Hey, and let's be clear about it. That was probably one of his worst performances. I mean, he did a lot of things wrong in that fight, and he still was able to win. Like the way he was going straight back into the corner, like he was giving up ground with no resistance. And what I mean by that, he was just inviting Figueroa to come into his space without any type of counter, any type of jab to keep him at bay. And he wasn't turning Figueroa when he was in position to get off the ropes. He was just doing a lot of stuff that will get you beat.
Joseph, everything you just said, now let me ask you, was that him not fighting well, or was that the type of fight he was being forced into?
Good question.
There were some things where you look at it, it was like he was just backing up, and Figueroa was basically there was space between them, but he was giving himself up in that area up.
See, I feel that in that fight, yeah, you could say like a lot of things that he could have did differently, mistakes and all that. I definitely agree with all that. But like, was he trying to? Like, I feel like everything in that fight, he was being forced into that. That's the first time he faced that type of pressure. So like him, backing straight up at times and stuff. Yo, that was like the only chance he had to even get a break as far as what his abilities was. Now, yeah, he could go back and make the adjustments, and I would favor him to win a rematch. But in that fight, it wasn't like, oh, he was just being lazy or hard-headed and fighting the wrong fight. No, that's the fight he was forced into.
Mm.
That's a good estimation because when you do take a look at it and you assess it from that point of view, that's part of the reason why I was real irritated with him. But then when you have to look at it, it's like, yeah, he actually did fight other. I wouldn't say Roman's a pressure fighter, but Roman will step to you, and he did a much better job of not getting himself into those type of predicaments and keeping the fight in the center of the ring. So that was a learning curve. I can honestly say that's probably a learning curve for him. And it's probably good that he went through that. So I'm pretty sure the next time he'll understand it's very easy for you to just, throw a left hook or throw a right hook and pivot and keep turning him, because a guy like Figueroa, if he's not set, he can't punch.
Mm. Jumping in the chat because they riding right off of what you guys are talking about. Dilo 404 say Brandon is likely always the taller fighter with more reach. And Trey X say Figueroa isn't 5 times the fighter as Maxeo. Then Maxeo is not it. I got him getting battered and bruised. He may not come out in the 9th round. These are words from Dilo 404.
Hey, there you have it, MZ.
I'm getting mixed feelings, mixed signals. I'm getting mixed signals around here. I don't know, y'all.
You got a conclusion right there that's worth taking a hard look at.
Oh, I'm gonna look. You know what I'm saying? Because I just can't keep sitting back here. There's a lot of fumes back here from tailpipes. People up in the front want to press their gas at the light, knowing they don't need to rear their motor, just doing it, just put smoke in the nigga face. But it's all good. It's all good. Where was I? Maxeo X5. Okay. I would take Maxeo over Julio. I ain't gonna even announce Mr. last name up. I'm gonna have to tell Trey as well. A draw against Figueroa. He got a draw against Figueroa. So, see, once again, I tend to think more times than not these fighters fight. See, that's what happened when you're old. You just start writing stuff, and all of a sudden you just stop typing. You forgot that you didn't even say the rest of what you were saying. I tend to think, okay, Trey X, I think Max A, okay, no. He did in 10. I forgot. Okay, that was about to knock out. The common opponent might put me over the top for the bet. Okay. I'm getting it. I'm gonna just have to, buckle down and do my homework and see what come up. See how it go. What's another good fight that you got on your horizon? He was losing on all cards, and his power bailed him out in the 10th round. Hyphy, you usually have a GM hidden in the back somewhere. You got a fighter that you got your eye on that you want to highlight?
There's nothing I haven't mentioned already. You have a Kenshiro Taraji versus Jonathan Gonzalez, unification fight. Somehow, some way, nobody talking about that. The same people that claim that they want unification and best fight the best. But, that's a fight. I keep going back to this Zhang versus Joe Joyce. That's a fight that I'm looking forward to. Once again, just completely going swept under the radar for whatever reason.
When is it?
That's a banger. That's a banger. That's Zhang versus Joe Joyce. That's a banger.
I think that's sometime in April.
Okay. Dang. That's my wife's birthday month. I'll be getting ready to head to Hawaii too. Yep. That's gonna be lovely. Any girl fights other than Serrano and Katie Taylor, they doing it again. That's official now, right?
That fight got postponed because Serrano has an injury, so they gotta pick a new date for that fight.
When did she get hurt? Nobody even mentioned anything about her being hurt.
That just happened like a day or so ago.
Joseph,
Okay.
I'm surprised because I was looking at that rematch like, yo, so Serrano's going to be food because, she got a cut in that fight. I think she might have had more than one cut, but she took a cut. Just all the type of damage she took in that fight. I thought she was going to be food if she took that rematch in May.
So this injury might be a blessing in disguise. What you're saying? Give her face those cuts a lot more time to heal.
Yeah, I think she was going to get served if she would have fought her in May. You're coming off a very physical fight, kind of a short turnaround time, especially compared to what, your fighter is used to. And you're going against a very, very tough task. You got to move up 2 weight classes again. Yeah, I thought she was going to get served.
Okay.
Yeah, I was favoring Katie Taylor too, and I said it immediately after the fight, the first fight, that I was going to favor Katie in the rematch just based upon what I seen her do. At the end of the first fight, I felt like she would understand what she would have to do, and she wouldn't get in those type of situations where she's trying to trade with Serrano, and she would just use her footwork and box on the outside and win an easy decision.
I know this sounds crazy because I don't think I wrote it with Josh Taylor. That's my guy. I'm part of Taylor gang. But I plan on picking Taylor over Serrano because of the first fight. I see the way, like you said, Taylor started controlling. In my opinion, she started controlling the latter part of the fight, having Serrano follow her around, stopping and popping, and using the ring. Katie will have a game plan and, like you said, not sit there and bang, just use her boxing ability throughout the whole fight and make Serrano have to come to her because she has the length and a small edge on the height. So I think that I'm thinking that's what she'll do. She's a champion, so I'm not no expert at anything, but I'm guessing that's what she would do. Use that height and the way she controls the fight in the latter part of the first fight. I think she should implement that from the very start. So I'm going with Katie Taylor when they finally get it together. I'm sorry, Serrano. I'm sorry. Let's see, what's the next pick? So Joseph Brown, you said that you going with the tall boy, Figueroa. The babyface assassin.
I didn't say that. I said based on what D'Lo said, that's a pretty reasonable thing you might want to check out. Reasonable statement,
Mm-hmm.
He is the voice of reason. So
yeah, I don't know which reason because I've been seeing him riding around in the back streets and the alleys with me before. So I know he could make moves. And D'Lo old. I can't really tell what he's gonna do. I think I like Serrano in the rematch. I think she has more left than Taylor. The Oracle speaking. The man with the amateur pedigree skill says, I think I like Serrano. I'm riding with La Bamba over. I don't know who she is. Who is La Bamba? Is that what they call Serrano? Y'all help me out here. I don't know the lady. I just call her Amanda Serrano. I didn't know she had a nickname. Shame on me. I get one right every now and again. Sure you do, D-Lo. Sure you do. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying. I don't know if I'm going to go with you. Right now, I'm not trusting nothing. Unless it's a bit. Other than that, I'm going to have to go with my own moves, come up with my own plan. I got to come up with something. Y'all better be ready. Oh, excuse me. I couldn't press the mute button fast enough. My hand was going everywhere. Y'all know how it is. Y'all been through this. Shit. Now I'm pressing it at the wrong time. Okay. Oh, Jonathan Gonzalez. Kenshiro. That's the guys that you were just talking about, right, Hyphy? Oh, I lost him. Jonathan Gonzalez and Kenshiro?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the fight.
Say that last name to that dude. How you say his last name again?
Taraji.
Like P. Henson?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Japan fighter, so it might be different pronunciation, but I believe that's correct.
Man, I saw some of those fights. Didn't get the name of them, but like I did what you said about going to different zones to watch the fights. Man, I saw some pretty good fighters. I saw this that Phenom dude. Did he win? Did the Phenom win the Japanese Phenom?
It don't ring a bell. Who you talking about?
I can't think of his real name, but I know they called him the Phenom. His name was on the list for the Champ Ross. Oh my gosh, I erased my list too. Let me go to my email and see if his name is on there. But they call him he a pretty skilled dude. But anyway, what I was getting at, I'm starting to see these different fights in different countries and stuff. Some of those guys look hella good, but then I'm like, what's gonna happen when they come and face the pot that's over here? How is it gonna turn out?
Well, that's always just the mind wondering. You wanting to see the top guys and how they would fare against each other. I question the same thing, the same way I would look at like an American fighter, and how would they fare if they would have to go travel overseas for a fight while getting a fair shot, of course. So yeah, I definitely be wondering the same thing.
Yeah, I honestly, this might sound a little one-sided, but I honestly, when an American fighter, one that we deem can fight, I honestly think whenever they go overseas, if it's a fair shake, that they usually gonna come home with the victory. I just feel like American fighters. Once again, this is gonna sound real messed up. I just feel like they the better of the crop. Every once in a while, we might get caught by somebody. We might get caught slipping by somebody from somewhere else. But for the most part, I think because there's so many different techniques here, and different coaches, and such a broad palette for them to pick from, I think that's what make American fighters, that much harder to beat. I could be wrong, but that's my thought.
I really don't look at it based on even like the nationality. It's just some of it definitely does have the way divisions come into play, because like in certain divisions you really don't have any American fighters. You keep a name. So I just look at it, it's just a variation. It's just, boxing is a global sport, and it's just a mixture. Just like we've seen Brits come over here and put in some work. Amir Khan, what he did to Devin Alexander, anybody could get some work. Baturbayev against Marcus Brown, for example. It can happen.
Joe Calzaghe.
No, I get you what I'm saying. And, you named a few people that come from overseas. It's kind of going to what I say. You have a few of them that come over here and do their thing, but for the most part, I just feel like we have a larger spectrum for our guys to learn from, and so many different styles that they fight over here. We can actually say, hey, that dude fighting with that European style. When America, no matter, like you said, it don't matter what background you're from. If you learn it over here, you bound to come out there with it. It's so many styles here. That's the thing I'm getting at. I'm just getting at the fact that I feel like the guys, when they learn here, is so much more for them to absorb to make their game more rounded. I guess that's why you would say, if you really want to show yourself as a champion and show yourself that you really got it, you need to come over here and get your feet wet and fight.
Yeah. Now, what I like about all of that is all that could go out the window if you got a hungry Colombian, a hungry Venezuelan, Argentinian, and he coming overseas and he know that he ain't the most skilled fighter. So he know the only way he could win, he got to take your heart.
Yeah, which makes for some great fights and great turnouts. You get some bangers out of that. I feel you on that 100%. But we'll see how it keeps turning out, how things keep turning. What's up, Joseph Brown? I hear you finna say, speak, sir, speak.
Well, what I will say is that I would love to see our amateur boxing program get back to, predominance like it once was, back in the heyday in the 80s and in the 70s and 60s. But right now, it's not what it used to be. And it has a long-term repercussions as far as, American fighters, what we can produce, because without that, that experience of fighting, around the world in different other guys' backyards and facing other styles of fighters, without that experience, you're kind of learning on the job, which all fighters are learning on the job, especially when you first come in. But it helps, speed up that learning curve when you turn professional. It gives you a more well-rounded game, and it allows you to be able to have a mental balance about yourself when you're out fighting. Nothing is too big for you at that point, because you've been on those stages where you've had those pressure situations of fighting in someone else's backyard, and, fighting in all these big tournaments and facing, the highest of the top competition in the amateur pedigree, depending on how good you are in the amateur. So I would like to see that come back, because there is starting to be a talent gap when you start to see some of these other guys from other parts of the world. They have a more extensive amateur background than a lot of the American fighters do.
Right, because our boys are trying to get to their bag. So they skipping some important parts in their growth. Eric Arden fell into the house. He says, salute, family. We also got Derek Bailey falling in. Yeah, he say salute to MZ and Hyphy, everybody on the channel. Muhammad Kibar, who he say yo. So I'm say yo too. Glad you stopped through. Y'all hit that hoop.
Salute Derek Bailey, number 6 on the Champ Ross.
Oh, Derek Bailey is 6? Eric R. said it starts with coaching and mentoring. Too many celebrity-driven / so-called boxing fathers who are more groupies than teachers. Eric R. came right in and jumped in the conversation. He don't like the fact that too many fathers is being, trying to be the highlight instead of letting they children grow.
Oh, they're trying to be the P Diddy's of boxing. They're trying to live vicariously through their sons, sticking their chest out with their pom-poms, telling everybody that their son's the greatest thing in the world. Go ahead and promote your son. But when you out here flagrantly just lying and saying he's greater than all-time greats who have proven themselves, then that's where you lose me at.
Who did such a thing?
Hyphy, do you want to elaborate on who's been doing that type of fuckery out here in these boxing streets?
Yo. Oh, yeah. Now I froze up. I didn't hear the part you was talking about, Joseph. I'm sorry.
I was trying to send you a layup about, the fuckery about certain boxing fathers who are trying to live vicariously through their sons, sticking their chest out, with their pom-poms waving.
Yeah. I got it now. Matter of fact, sidebar, I hope that nigga got cooked on that show this evening, Joseph.
He did. He got called a crackhead.
Good.
He said, I hope he keep that same energy when he see me. No more photos, no more taking pictures. When he see me next time, I hope he got that same energy.
Hey,
that sounds like somebody's talking about slapping somebody or something. First of all, Hyphy, hold on. First of all, Hyphy, let me just say you messed the dunk up. He gave you a beautiful layup. You just fucked the whole dunk up. We had to go down and reset, come back down. Now we talking about somebody might be getting slapped. I threw that in there because somebody said keep the same energy. What's that all about?
You know,
Yo, I
Bill.
mean,
You know, Bill. Go ahead,
Bill.
Heike.
Yeah, Bill. You know, you got for some reason, I just heard another channel talking about this. Bill, he don't know how to just sit back, let his fighter do the fighting, and just kind of sit back. Like you don't see no other father that's always in the camera like Bill.
So we talking about Bill. Oh, what's up, baby? I see my baby in the house. Holly Wallace, aka my lady, my wife. 32 years. Go and give her applause. There you go. Glad you made it through, sweetie. Glad you made it through.
That's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. Now, Bill Haney, you feel like he going overboard, and he going overboard. What lies have you told?
Well, I mean, we could be here all day talking about the lies and fabrication and stuff, but just in general, like, okay, why do you feel the need to, like, you feel like you have obligation to make every single YouTube click and group, you got to go on at least one of their channels to make sure that they promote your son in a positive manner? Like, why do you feel like you have to do that?
I think this is just me speculating. I don't know the mind of Bill Haney, but I would speculate that he's just using the tools that's available to him to keep his son's name relevant, because it's evident, and this is not a shot at his son, even though he is undisputed, it looks like they're chasing the fact that he is not the guy still. You know, as far as boxing fans know, he got the belts that makes him the guy. He's the undisputed guy. But as far as fans go, there are other fighters that's more appealing to their appetite, and those are the guys that's catching their eye. Right now, no matter how you look at it, I think Tank leads the pack when it comes to speaking about him, even over Shakur. Because as good as Shakur is, I don't think as many people are really hip to him and onto him like they are Tank. And I think Haney's dad is trying to get some of that for his son.
The one problem with all that is, at his risk of making his son relevant, known. I know some people say whether good or bad, all publicity is good. But in his attempt of doing that, he's making a lot of people dislike not only him, but his son as well. And that's going to show when it comes time to financially support.
Well, it could work two ways. It could work where people want to see him get beat up and pay for that. It could work. The pendulum could swing both ways as far as that goes. Not saying that it will, not saying that it won't. I'm just saying that that's a possibility. People might be like, I'm tired of Bill Haney talking, and that might be their way. I'm finna pay so I could watch this boy get his ass whooped. What say you, Joe Brown?
I mean, his son still has a lot to prove. I mean, he's young, he's undisputed, but that's not the end all be all at this point. He's still got a lot of guys in his division that he could fight, and those will be good. Those will be big fights, and those fights will put him, at another stratosphere. At the moment, he's not there, but he's on his way. But for you to sit here and come out in public and bash a legend like Bernard Hopkins in the manner in which he did, he took a lot of personal shots. It's like, why are you trying to paint this man as Django and Chained as the Samuel L. Jackson character in that movie? Why are you trying to paint this man in that light? And when you listen to what Bernard Hopkins said, he wasn't throwing shots at Bill Haney's son. He was directing that towards that whole generation of fighters and their mentality and the way they're going about their business. It's not the way that his generation and previous generations came up, going about their business of trying to be the best fighters. That's the only thing he was trying to say. Now, the fact that you took that personally, you start bringing up this man going to jail, and you start talking about he's not really, he's basically a bootlicker at Golden Boy. He don't make no decisions and all this other stuff. Like talking about your son is better than him, and Like, how could you even come out your face to say your son is better than a dude who defended his undisputed title 20 over 20 times? Like, your son ain't even defended more than one time. You know what I'm saying?
I
And your
get
son
what
has,
you're saying.
and your son hasn't fought the level of competition that's even comparable. So what are we talking about here? You know, it's one thing for you to say, you know, I don't agree with Bernard saying, but it's another thing for you to come out here and try to, you know, discredit, you know, his credentials and what he's done in the sport of boxing. You can't take that away from that.
I'm gonna spin on something. Maybe he realized, because you know this kind of just popped in my head while you were speaking, but maybe he's looking at the fact that, okay, you know, it was a bragging point. You know, Devin became undisputed at so young. They was trying to say he was the youngest champ and all that to do it. But if you look at it, you just getting started on your career, and you've accomplished, you know, the way you've made it seem like the top of the pile. The rest of his career has to pretty much be stellar. Devin is going to have to really fight competition and stand above them, because that's the stage they're setting up. And I don't know if they really realize it yet. Maybe they do. Maybe that's their whole plan. But to me, they putting themselves on such a high pedestal that any misstep is going to be magnified 20, 30 times more.
Hey, and that's going to be the downfall, because when you start pumping yourself up to this degree, then that fall is going to be a lot harder. There ain't going to be no cushion there to catch your ass when you fall.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Therese was bringing in the point I missed earlier, but he said that we'll never.
I got it. He choking. He said, "Yeah, we'll never dominate amateur boxing because the rest of the world has professional amateurs fighting against us Americans, you know, who are basically kids that are, you know, haven't went through any type of professional system." And that's definitely true. I can also add on, you know, the whole age difference that is usually in play. You definitely right.
More than definitely right. That speaks volumes, because you know that's how we end up getting the dream team. The dream team was pretty much created for the simple reason our basketball boys was going over there, college kids was going up against their professionals. So yeah, how can we dominate in something like that when those guys are getting paid? They are professionals, and we the ones that's, you know, as far as amateurs go, I feel like, yeah, we on the back end of that. Now we start putting our pros in there and letting them be in the amateurs and fighting. I'm pretty sure that we'd be able to dominate then. I hope I didn't say that all crazy. Eric R. speaking on the layup that Joseph Brown gave to Hyphy. He said Hyphy ran, slipped, tripped, and rolled out of bounds off that log. Dang, messed it up terribly. He took accessibility too far, and it backfired, in my opinion. That's what Eric R. saying about Bill Haney making himself accessible to every YouTube channel that wants to talk to him, and trying to control the narrative, I guess.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I see, you know, there's fighters who do that. Like Nonito Donaire does that. He's accessible to a lot of different channels, but you know, he's not out here. Him and Rachel aren't out here, you know, pumping their chest, saying they're the greatest. And he's a bona fide Hall of Famer. He's humble in that way. But you know, I don't expect Bill Haney to not be out here promoting his son. But over the last year and a half, it's really gotten to a place where he better hope his son is exceptional, because there's going to be a lot of people coming for his helmet if Haney loses a fight to one of these guys that he's been talking a lot of crap about.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And not just say if he loses to one of those guys, if he loses to somebody prior to. If he loses to somebody prior to one of those guys, that's going to be detrimental. The gates of ridicule will open up from every direction. Trey said, that's why I don't respect the belts. Haney be the B-level fighter, and now he's a Hall of Famer. going to the art, that plays right into the situation of what I was saying about them accomplishing that feat so fast and then making it like the greatest thing since sliced bread. As far as a boxer, I have heard Bill speak about Haney. It's some things I felt like I can agree with and say, hey, that's just the father trying to up his son. But then, the way he went at Bernard Hopkins, I saw that video too. And, even though Bill was like, yeah, I've been to prison and this and that, it was almost like the pot trying to call the kettle black, because he did take some shots at Bernard. He didn't have to go into that man's past. If anybody wants to know about Bernard Hopkins going to jail, it's public records. They can go look it up. They didn't need him to sit out there and just scream from the rooftops. I felt like that was a little foul. If they're going to speak boxing, keep it on boxing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, if he was going to talk about the jail situation, he should just spoke about his. He didn't have to speak about Bernard's, calling the man the cat burglar and all this kind of stuff. Just, I'm not going to even go through all the stuff he said. It was just pretty messed up. He could have left it at boxing and left it at that. But, I'm starting to see these cameras and these microphones getting in people's faces. It don't really matter who it is. You're starting to see characters change. You're starting to really see the real them coming out. Because a person can only pretend for so long before the real them have to come out. And these YouTube streets, as messed up as they are, they good at bringing the real of a person out. Because they can only fake for so long before they slip up and you say, oh, there he is, or there she is. However it is, or whoever it is we talking about at the time.
Yeah, I mean, we don't got to, cook on this dude because it's not even a boxer. But,
Right.
just to summarize, it's a lot of us that feel Bill Haney, he just doing way too much. Yeah, we all believe that at the end of the day, you're a good father. You definitely got your son's best interest. But sometimes that could be blinded by some of the actions you take in attempting to achieve certain, accomplishments for your son. Now, moving on to something that Trey just spoke about. And, we always hear this stuff factored into what makes a Hall of Famer, what makes an all-time great, what makes a pound-for-pound fighter, the accomplishments. People talk, he was undisputed. He was undisputed. Well, we've seen over the last few years, undisputed has, I think we can all say, is become watered down a bit. But some people, they'll just like to talk about the accomplishment of undisputed or this fighter. He won titles in X amount of weight classes. That's Hall of Fame worthy. I think with accomplishments, you see, it's like you can't there's no strict rule for all this stuff. You just got to really just like manually break down each fighter's career, because a lot of that stuff could look good or bad for a fighter. So I don't think you just, clarify somebody as a certain level based off of accomplishments, because it can be a lot of asterisks compared to those, associated with those accomplishments.
Right.
Right.
And go ahead, Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, with a guy like Bernard, he checks all those boxes. He's got multiple weight classes as a champion. He's been undisputed. He's got a long title reign, record-breaking title reign. He's one of the oldest. He's done something in history that no other fighter has done. He's the oldest champion in boxing history. So he's checked and the quality of fighters he's fought. He's got Hall of Famers on his resume. So you can't deny this guy. He's a bona fide Hall of Famer. He checks all the boxes.
Right. And to bounce off of you, Hyphy, and Trey X, starting to break it down and listening and looking at different things. Yeah, the belts aren't as important anymore. I used to hold them in high regard. I still like the fact that a champion can get a belt. But I guess you would have to say, who did that champion go through to get that belt? Who did he defend it against to get that belt? The name that he got, was that name still a name? Or was it just a shell of itself? A lot of those things I think should come into play. When you fought a so-called a legend that was kicking ass in his heyday, did you catch him in the time of his heyday and beat him, or did you catch him in his decline, or his what do they call it, his farewell tour, as they like to say for some of these people? So it's a lot of factors that go into it. But I'm thinking, who you fought, when you fought them, I think that should carry the most weight in it. Who you fought and when you fought them. And then you can get down to, them holding the championship. Are they fighting any and everything that comes their way? Or are they picking and choosing? Yeah, it's, because you look at the old champions and you look at George Foreman and Frazier and Ali and Hearns and Ray and all those guys, you'd be like, those guys were fighting tough competition that you would look at. You could look at many of those fighters that they were fighting and say, man, they fought some hard boys and everything like that, and went at it. So yeah, I feel you. Eric R said, I agree at Trey X. The belts was always his drive, but we're used to greats moving up after that, or at least trying to take on the best and defend the belts. We're still waiting on the next move. I don't know who they're talking about, but Trey X say scalps over belts. I'm starting to, I can agree with that. It was something that I had compared Chuck Wepner to, where people were comparing. Oh, the Williams Jr. Adrian Broner thing. You know how everybody kept saying, AB was in the greatest shape and he shouldn't. They would they really were trying to cover up for Roy Jones because Roy Jones had the guy sparring. I really don't have no thought about it except for the one part that everybody kept saying that he wasn't ready for Broner because Broner was all in shape. And I go to one name that I could think of, and that's Chuck Wepner. Chuck Wepner, I believe I'm saying his name right. That's the guy that got a chance to fight Muhammad Ali. In nobody's book did they think Wepner was going to beat Ali, but he still got the chance to do it. That being said, I'm off of that.
Yeah. Like I look at like when it's time to break down, like rating fighters of the history and all this type of stuff. I just feel like instead of going off of any type of criteria where it's okay, he checks this box, like stats, you gotta manually just start, to break down that fighter. And only way you can really do that is if you've done your history around that era of the sport in general. And if you comparing them to, any other any other era or fighter, you got to know what you're talking about with that era also. Because, just going off of stats alone, I mean, you can look at, let's just say Super Bowls. It's, the number one team probably doesn't always win the Super Bowl going into a season. So, you just can't just go off stats. You got to manually break down because you'll find a lot of asterisks. So we talking about the lightweight division, for example. You could say, for example, someone like Henry Armstrong. Well, his lightweight run wasn't so long because that was a man who was moving up to, light heavyweight, winning titles and stuff. Just imagine that, lightweight, light heavyweight. Yeah, he could have stayed at lightweight and dominated. Then you got somebody like Joe Gans. Well, you want to talk about, this fighter, he went 50-0. He went 50-0. Well, Joe Gans literally had to lose fights on fights that he was clearly beating the opponent. He had to lose that fight, somewhere in that fight. He had to do that stuff. So it's like when you're talking about history, we got to understand you're talking about history. So you got to look at all this type of stuff and factor it
in. You stop while I got some cake in my mouth. Give me a second.
Yeah, you there, Joseph? If not, I keep cooking.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's all type of stuff that you got to factor in. And, I just, like terms like Hall of Fame or all-time great. I mean, it's everybody's responsibility to make these terms and these, such, accomplishments, labels very, very sacred instead of just passing them out and handing them out to anybody and everybody. That's how you water down the sport.
I feel you. We got a La D sliding in through the door. She said, good evening. MZ, what it do? Hey, panel, Hyphy, Eric R. She coming in, making noise, speaking to everybody. Good to see you, sis. Glad you came through. What's poppin'?
Salute, La.
Yeah.
Not the old Ice Cube.
Nah, that's some Detroit lingo niggas don't know about. But anywho, what's up, Lala?
Everybody speaking to Lala, that's great. I'm glad to see that we letting her come in, welcome them with open arms. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
Sound like you got something else you wanted to say, MZ.
What? Ah. So what you trying to say, man?
I don't know, man. I thought you was insinuating something.
No, what might you thought I was insinuating? Since you
I
know,
don't know, man. I don't know. You know, Champ Ross been on your mind quite a bit on this stream, man.
Might you be mentioning that? I feel like I made Lala be quick because she was behind me on Champ Ross. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, you know, since you want to bring it up.
No, well, you know, it is what it is. I have to take it that way. Sis was in Champ Ross and she was ahead of me for a minute and she was doing good. Then I passed up sis and she got out of Champ Ross. So how am I supposed to take that? The writing was on the wall. So Roy Jones fighting, well, MZ technically Ice Cube stole yay from George Clinton. Okay, sis, I feel you reaching deep into the musical zone and pulling that out on me. Yay. Ha.
Truth be told, a lot of the game Ice Cube got was from the Bay Area too.
Well, let the truth be told. Napoleon Armstrong says, so Roy Jones fighting a dude in his pro debut as a tune-up for Endo? Is that what's happening? Roy Jones finna have a exhibition fight? Or is
I got no knowledge of that.
He finna fight that muscle dude.
Oh, you're talking about that dude who be doing them crazy ass like when he walking, he swing his torso back and forth. That bodybuilding dude.
Yeah, I think he finna mess with him. It's on Box Rec. Joseph Brown or George Clinton is Bay Area. I learned something new.
Nah, I'm not talking about George Clinton from Bay Area. I'm just talking about a lot of his game, a lot of his swag and stuff. He got it from the boys in the Bay Area.
Okay. They'll be crossing up the lines.
His cousin was Dale the Funky Homo Sapien, underground rapper.
For real?
Yeah, that's.
I used to jam the Dale the Funky Homo Sapien.
Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was Q's cousin, though, man. I learned something.
Shit, I didn't even know you knew who Dale was. Hell yeah.
For real? Come on, man. Stop that. Roy Jones fighting. Eric Ross say Roy Jones fighting Michael Blackson's son. April 1st. It better be a joke. I don't know. I ain't heard nothing about it or seen any advertisement or nothing like that. You would think if Roy Jones was about to get into the ring, somebody would have said something. Somebody, anybody, somebody. So I haven't had any grand episodes at the job, just a few. But life has been great. Holding it down at Champ Ross is best I can right now. Things are a little slippery. I think somebody put some oil on the trophy to keep me from being able to hold on to it. Anthony Pettis is the guy's name he's fighting. Anybody know who that is?
Negative.
Anthony Pettis, that's an MMA fighter.
It is? Well, I thought that he was doing the exhibition. The only thing I knew he was doing the exhibition against was the muscle dude. Because I seen them doing a little press conference thing, and they was in each other's face and stuff like that. But I don't know. If my man let that meme sleep him, I'm done, bro. You talking about that muscle dude? I don't know. That's beyond my reach. I don't know what the hell going on with him. But I do know that Hype been letting me know Shakur. They say everything but fight Shakur.
They say everything except let's fight Shakur.
Hey, these fights have been announced, but actually nobody's really officially announced any of them. Has any other fights been officially announced?
Man, I don't believe no fight is official until I see a press conference happening for it. Cause in this era, it's just way too many liars as far as boxers included, boxing channels, managers, trainers, too many liars.
I'm laughing. Good one, Trey. Good one. He said somebody throw some salt on the ground so OG can catch his grip. That's real good.
Hey, I can't really just to piggyback on Hype. Unless I see a press conference, I don't get excited for no news, no boxing news no more. I mean, this era has done that. They have made it so you can't even get hype for a fight.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. With the arguing on Twitter, pulling out of fights at the last minute, for whatever reason. Yeah, I hurt my pinky. Oh, my eyelash got in my eye. Whatever. They have made it where it's like, dude, the fight happening, the next thing you know, it's not happening because I'm fighting somebody else. Everything but let's fight. Should get a t-shirt.
Yeah, I was just telling D-Lo this earlier. So it was about well over a month ago when we heard that Spence versus Thurman, they just reached terms to have a deal at a fight above the welterweight limit. Okay, that news came, and look how long it's been. No type of official announcement. So my thing is, what's the purpose of like going back and forth? Because you got some people that's happy about it, some people that's mad about it, people arguing about it, cussing each other out. Like, what's the purpose of doing all of that over news that's not even confirmed? Like, it don't make no sense. Okay, then it's been over a month since we've heard Inoue versus Fulton. We still ain't heard no official no official announcement. So I'm saying, yeah, you could be optimistic or pessimistic about certain stuff, but just hold your horses until something is official before you start, like getting your hopes up. And definitely don't be out here like cursing people out, arguing people over stuff that's not even confirmed. Because we didn't heard everything under the sun
about every fighter, about Tank and Shakur, or Tank and Haney, which we know the deal with the Haneys and what's going on, but we haven't heard anything about Fulton. I think the only fight that I've heard and seen something about, which I'm kind of excited about, is Tim Tszyu and Tony Harrison. That's the only fight that I can actually say that is that I can really be excited about, because I've actually saw some press conference stuff going on with them.
Yeah, we know that fight is gonna happen, but a lot of the times, like right now, it's like a lot of these fighters will get dogged out by fans and content creators for shit that they didn't even say. Like, Spencer's never confirmed he's fighting Thurman. Espinosa's never confirmed that he's fighting Thurman. But as soon as Mike Coppinger reports it, all of a sudden the sea has parted. You know what I'm saying? Now, the floodgates are open and everybody's coming at Spencer's neck for something he didn't even say or announce. It's like the nigga still hasn't announced. He's still getting hell for something that he never even said he was doing.
What's
so
funny?
It's just crazy to me how content creators and boxing fans will go on these rants and these narratives for months at a time, and then they'll never come back and recant and say, you know what, I was wrong about that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I went a little bit too hard on in that way with this particular fighter, being that he never said he was going to fight this dude, or he never made an announcement that they were going to fight. None of that.
Well, I think Marcelio Suleiman, I think he I think he threw a wild card in there because him speaking on the fight, never saying that the fight was sanctioned or he danced around it, but he just ain't added fuel to that fire. But you're right. Nobody ever has heard Earl Spence announce or proclaim that he was fighting at 154, that he was fighting Thurman or anything like that. They're just taking it and running with it so they can have a narrative about somebody ducking somebody. You know what's coming next. You know that's gonna come. Dilo404 said, "Yep, that's why I disregard a great percent of what I hear in boxing. I feel you on that." And Trey X said, "I'm excited about Stanionis versus Ortiz the most at this moment." But has the pendulum started swinging for that fight, or are they still just talking about it?
No, see, that's an official fight.
Oh, okay.
That's official. Even Hopkins spoke on that fight being official, so that fight is definitely happening. I can't wait for that fight. That's another fight that I want to see. That's going to clear up a lot of stuff, and it's going to be unpopular, but you know, Stanionis is a dark horse in the welterweight division for me. He's a guy that a lot of people are underestimating, you know, but he has the ability to beat Virgil. He has the ability to upset Boots. He's got the ability to do those things.
That's a for sure. That's a for sure top 5 welterweight in my opinion.
Stanionis?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Over Keith Thurman.
Gil Cole still somewhere around here because you know he's gonna come for your neck about that. Eric R says, I'm going to love and enjoy 10 rounds of pure classic boxing of my man Tony Harrison. Then I'm going to turn off the TV before he can let me down. Dang. Wow. He got a nice height advantage over that boy Sue. And a good reach. I think if he can keep Sue off of the whole fight and keep that mental fortitude strong, it's going down.
Well, here's one of the problems. You're getting an older Tony Harrison. We already know what his issues are. The back end of fights. It's everybody can see it and rewind it and play it over and over again. Not to mention that Sue has youth on his side, and he's got the home court advantage. So Tony's got an uphill climb. He's got to do something that he has been unable to do, which is, finish the fight as well as he begins the fight.
So Dilo404 say, and no one has heard Thurman say anything all year. La D comes in and say, hey, you guys, Floyd is doing an exhibition. He's fighting Wilfred Benitez. What y'all think about that? Who was that he just had the exhibition with where they were saying that it was empty in the place?
Man, we be puzzled about that type of stuff. That shit is just like a fucking rainy day. That it come and it go. We don't be paying attention to that.
Yeah, bro, that's the last thing on my list is worrying about Floyd Mayweather exhibition fight.
Right.
You would never hear me speak on it because it's not relative to anything that I care about in the sport of boxing.
I feel you. Napoleon Armstrong. So did the sanctioning body allude to that fight as well? Spence versus Thurman. Suleiman did an interview where he was speaking on it, and the way he spoke on it, you can draw any kind of conclusion you want, depending on what side of the fence you're standing on for Spence or Thurman. But he did make it seem like that they were going to sanction the fight at 154, and they was going to leave it up to the fighters to see who came down. He just did a lot of double talking. He really didn't say that they were going to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing with Suleiman. This is not the first time this has happened. Suleiman is all about making the fights that the promoters and, the fans somewhat want to see, but mostly he's very friendly when it comes to making fights the promoters want to propose to him. for the sanctioning body. And it's not the first time that a fight that he has spoke on or was thinking about making a mandatory or making exceptions for didn't happen. I mean, this happened just recently with Ramirez versus Prograis. Prograis was Ramirez was supposed to be he was supposed to be the number one mandatory for Prograis, and that fight didn't happen. So there are some cases where these fights will get mandated and they don't happen.
Well, you know, I was just answering this question about them speaking on it, and yeah, they did. He spoke in a big way, which got a lot of people up in arms. And Lala said nobody laughed at my Floyd fighting Benitez joke, and she tried to get us to get it, but I don't get it. Do y'all get it? Oh, she said, "How do you? Y'all get it?"
Yeah, I got it. I understood. You know, we know who Wilfred Benitez is. We understand. You know, legendary boxer in the lightweight division. We understand he's like 60-something years old. He ain't fighting before, but it's just I'm just not even caring about what Floyd Mayweather does. If he's not going to fight nobody in the top 5 or a current champion, why would I even care about him fighting an exhibition fight?
Okay. Oh man, that's something. Shit.
I mean, I don't even watch like NBA, but I'd rather watch NBA than watch those types of fights.
Wow. Oh, over exhibition. I feel you on that.
Yeah, just dumb fights. Like they don't lead to anything. There's no relevancy behind them. I mean, if you literally just got nothing to do on a Sunday, like I was watching the Jake Paul fight, yeah, go ahead, but like it's no relevance.
Oh, so you did watch the fight?
Yeah, I was laying in bed and damn near fell asleep in the 5th round, just based off just the horrible technique I was seeing. But I did enjoy watching Badou Jack.
I heard that was a great fight.
I wouldn't say it was a great fight.
Like a battle, not like technique and wise. It's like a battle. Like they was really letting loose on each other. I haven't got a chance to see it. So
even that fight, like it wasn't nothing special in my opinion. It was just, I mean, Makabu is just a fighter who naturally he just makes a whole bunch of mistakes, and you had somebody that was good enough to capitalize on it. You know, like that's boxing. That's something that we will watch, but it is what it is.
It equaled up to some dollars into my bravado account. Thanks, great.
I mean, when you look at Makabu, if you watch the Bellew fight, it's been a while since somebody's been able to counter him and land shots on him in that way. So, Badou Jack was just able to do it, and he happened to get him out of there in the 12th round. It's a good thing for him. He's a three division world champion now, and he's got the ability to keep his career going and make some more money and get bigger fights. So, shout out to him.
Who is Badou Jack with now? Because I know he used to be with Mayweather, but he's not with them no more, right?
Unsure who he with, but yeah, he definitely not with Mayweather. I mean, he's had a few fights without being under that promotional banner. And it kind of funny how Mayweather used to always talk about, he ain't gonna do like how the promoters did fighters, and if he be a promoter, he gonna be a good promoter and not do the fighters how other promoters do. And now look, every fighter left and right leaving his ass, don't want nothing to do with him. Had all that talent, and all them fighters left.
I think his problem might be that he not ready to let go of the limelight yet. He's still fiending for that spotlight instead of concentrating on the talent that he had and getting some champions in this stable.
Well, the problem, MZ, with that is at some point the public's going to forget about you. And your demand is not going to be what it is because you're going to have to fight somebody dangerous at some point to keep the public's interest. They're not going to keep clamoring to see you fight, YouTubers or, K1 guy in Southeast Asia somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to at some point give the fans something of relevancy for them to hold on to and want to keep continuing to see you. So if you're not going to do anything dangerous, nobody's going to continue to pay attention to you. Just make complete fools out of guys who have no business being in the ring with
Yeah, at some point people gonna wise up, and start looking for fights. Badu Jack is the king of snooze fest. Dang, Lala D, she just came in and just swung on Badu Jack like that. Remember that huge gash Badu Jack got on his forehead? Yeah, that was ugly. That was ugly. Ooh, just thinking about it, you could see all into the white meat of that dude's head. I saw that. That was an ugly, terrible gash.
Yeah, that was from Marcus Brown, and then Marcus Brown, he ended up getting he and Baturbayev, they ended up exchanging nasty cuts in their fight, and you see it was a huge difference between how Badu Jack handled it compared to Baturbayev. Not saying that Badu, he let it bother him or anything, but just Baturbayev, it's like he fed off of that. Once he seen blood, he was like, "Oh, I gotta get you." And Baturbayev literally, kind of destroyed that dude after that. That's Baturbayev. It's like running into a goddamn Mack truck.
Yeah, I'm just, Lala D had to bring it up, and I just keep seeing Badu Jack. I keep seeing that shot of him with it's just replaying. You would bring up something like that.
And then it didn't help because his trainer, Devaye, I'm just gonna say it what it is. That dude was definitely you can tell like he's really on heroin. But he used to be a fighter also. He fought Roy Jones, but he uses heroin and he's a drunk. So it didn't help that he just let the fight go on, thinking that his fighter had a chance. And that's why, Badu, he ended up splitting with him. I definitely think at least, but that didn't do him any more justice regarding that fight.
Dang,
that fight should have been stopped. There's no way a guy should have been able to carry that kind of gash in the middle of his head for as long as he did.
I don't know. There was. Can we talk about somebody that didn't have a gash? How about that? Because I keep seeing gashes right now. It's messing with me.
Hey, well, no, that's Lala D. She just brought up one. She's talking about Badu he the king of snooze fest. Like, what about some other fighters that's just always giving a snooze fest? Because I remember guys like there's one fighter, Carlos Molina at 154. He fought Lara, but every fight he was in would always be boring. Of course, you got names like the Klitschko's, Valuev, and certain people. But it's just some fighters out there. It's like everything they do is just they just know how to make it an ugly fight.
Yeah, Samuel Bika. He was another one of those guys.
Sakio Bika.
Sakio Bika was another one of those guys where his style was just so fucking unpleasing. It was like he was always involved in clinching and headbutting and just
him versus Andre Ward.
Man, every fight was like Groundhog. Every fight with Sakio Bika was like Groundhog's Day. You literally would see the same thing in every fight he had with every fighter he fought.
Sakio fought Andre Ward, and I think I got a good boxing eye, but I literally couldn't tell who won that fight because it was just nothing but clinching. And Andre Ward, he was throwing like elbows and forearms in a clinch, but I couldn't tell who won that fight because it was just so dirty.
Wow. But Andre Ward does seem like the kind of guy, whatever you bring to him in the ring, he's gonna give back to you. And I gotta sneeze. I can fight it. Badu Jack just had his best performance of his career at 39. He did an excellent job. In the last fight he just had, I see him okay. I'd rather watch Rios versus Alvarado 4 than watch Badu, and I hate the Rios Alvarado trilogy. Dang. Benavidez turned up into the cocaine bear on that dude. The cocaine. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So Hyphy, I wanted to ask you, what did you think about Elvis Rodriguez and Jose Adorno? What do you think about Elvis' performance and the fact that he's calling out Matthias after that fight?
Yeah, Matthias was talking about sending somebody to the hospital. Yeah, he'll send Elvis on the to the hospital on his way to even fighting Regis. That's just that is all wrong with him. Elvis, it's like you're looking at a kid, he's just not getting better. And this is just another one of those guys that seems like he has a lot of potential, but he just can't shake a certain amateur style. It's like he just repeats the same thing. If you've seen one round from Elvis, you've seen his whole career. It's just the same thing. You know, like he's not a bad fighter or anything, but like he's just not getting better. And it's nothing standout or special about him.
Do you think it's the activity? Because I don't think he's active enough, and at the same time, I don't like his training. I don't think Freddie Roach is a good fit for him.
Every time I see Freddie Roach like with these any type of like Caribbean or South American fighters, I always think it's a bad fit. But that's just you know what that is. That's just them partnering with Freddie so they could get opportunities because Freddie does have pull, but yeah, he don't work good with those type of fighters. Nonetheless, activity definitely hurts you. And Elvis, somebody else who's just been pretty inactive over the last few years, he need more activity, but he need to get with somebody else that's going to shake, just like shake that amateur style and show him how to, just like put other stuff, how to, put stuff in his offense, give him some offense repertoire. Because he's just real repetitive.
I feel you. Jumping on the chat real quick. Trey X said that gas didn't bleed directly into his eyes, so fight on. Going back on Badu Jack. And then Lala D said, I had a close friend on IG. She called Arizlanda Laura a snooze fest. I would get so mad at her. I love Laura. And Vic Durchan, I hate his style. That's what Eric R said. Who is this? Ranches Bartholomew and Rigondeaux have produced some boring fights in their days too. These are words of Trey X. And then Lala D comes out with the question and say, MZ and everyone, Rougarou versus Matisse. Who you got?
Well,
I was gonna say I got Rougarou.
I got Rougarou for the main reason because he's more well-rounded as a fighter. He's got more dimensions. His footwork, his feints, his quickness, his in and out, his utilization at the mid-range will win him a fight easily against Matthias. And he'll have moments where he'll stand his ground and he'll turn and he'll get out of the way of Matthias. But if he just stands in front of him and plant his flag, it's gonna be a tough day for him too. That's one dude you just don't want to stand in front of.
Right. And Matthias, not Matisse. My bad, Lala. You right. Not Matisse. I got you. You must have thought speaking. Okay, shit. Oh, Trey X say, I like Elvis Rodriguez. He just came off a year layoff and beat 178-22 guy. Put some respect on his name. Matisse, Lala D, I was really on those four fight calls in the corner. I think Bartholomew versus Easter is the number one most boring fight we call.
Yo, can y'all just like recall that? That was embarrassing for all of boxing, period. Two dudes who didn't want to get engaged and didn't know what to do against an opponent that didn't want to engage. Fucking embarrassing.
Bro, that was one of the worst fucking displays of boxing I've ever seen, man. Like I'd rather watch kid amateur boxing like 6-5-year-olds than that shit that they put on.
Did you say 6 and 5-year-olds?
Yeah, bro, you're gonna see more action than that.
Yeah, I seen some of those little dudes. He having some kind of turbulence going on with his internet, popping in and out. You back?
Of course, Rigo versus Casemiro, fights like that.
And these are all considered boring fights because either it's not a lot of punches thrown or a lot of hugging. I mean, holding, clinching, not holding, clinching and headbutts, dirty stuff like that. Is that's what I'm? That's the overall picture of what I'm getting.
Yeah, some of them are just some of them is just guys just like really didn't want to engage, but sometimes, and you get this often, it's just two styles that come together and they just don't make a good style. Ends up being a whole bunch of tangling, tussling, wrestling, and clinching and stuff. But yeah, two guys like I'm sorry, but when what Rigo bought against Casemiro, like that's just bad for the whole sport of boxing. Like he had some people that was saying that he should get like his purse taken away for that performance, and I'm not even mad at him saying that.
Hold up, I feel everything you said. Wait a minute. Am I tripping here? Let me read this real quick. Is Trey X and Lala D beating me up right now? Not Martise. I didn't say Martise. I said Martise. I thought I said Matisse. My bad if I didn't say
No. You know what? That's me saying Matisse. But I was just thinking about imagine Matthias versus Luca Matisse, a fantasy fight.
I am saying it wrong. I'm supposed to be saying Matthias. That's why she getting so hard on me. And then Trey's gonna say La La D. I was really just thinking, okay, now that's the bone I read that. He says he shot a shot across the bow. Shot fired right here. La La D, that's a losing battle. MZ would never read right. Wow. That's a flamethrower going across the. Wait a minute, what the hell? The three worst comment reasons on YouTube was Santi Walden, the Cali Enigma, number 3 MZ. But at least MZ is number 3, not number 1. Wow. Let me go. Shake it off. Yep, Hyphy, that's number 2. Neither Rigo or Casemiro landed double digits in any round. Out the whole fight, out of all 12 rounds, they didn't get 10 punches in. Man, or they didn't throw 10 punches.
They had rounds when not 10 punches was thrown the whole round.
Oh, that is suck. That made people boo and everything. Man, can you imagine spending your money to go to a fight like that, or spending the pay-per-view that goes on like that? You would be so mad, aggravated. When is Trey X going to call another fight on the corner?
Just whenever time permits. I can speak, for example, this weekend, it would have been a good time, but I think Trey X was just trying to verify that, as Mike was right. Coupled with that, out here in Southern California, we had like the one time of the year where we get a little cold front or whatever. And like my internet, like every day it's been going in and out. So it just wouldn't have been a good time for Mahler to call the fight anyways. But, hopefully they'll get back on track soon. I don't have the schedule off the top of my head, but the Zone has some good fights.
I can break some news on that.
Yeah.
Break some.
Well, Trey said in their live last night that they'll be trying to call the Figueroa fight this Saturday. So.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Cool. I make sure my headset is charged up, so when I'm at work, I can listen. I be at work just fiending to hear some fights called and just refuse to listen to somebody else because that shit sound ridiculous. See, I just got a new headset. Okay, hey, how come Marlo never comes on in the chat? He pops on in every once in a while.
During the week, just busy schedule combined with he just recently just relocated to home right now, so he got that going on. Just life stuff with the family and all that.
Yeah, but he still mess with us. He come through and say what's happening every once in a while, like you do, sis. You come through every once in a while and be like, Hey, y'all, what's happening? And we'd be like, "Whoa, good. Lala D came through. What's up, sis? You know, the love is everywhere." Damn, but that Cali Enigma #3 MZ ain't well worded. I appreciate you, sis. At least I'm not #1. I take #3 all day. Hell, I wish it was 15, 20 other people so I could be last on the list. That's too close to #1. Wrong list to be close to #1. Now, if this was Champ Ross, it'd be a different thing. But we know week 7 coming on. It's time to make these moves. Concentrate a little harder. Hyphy, you do know I have went through Champ Ross before. You need to come on with it, homeboy. Come on with it. Like Trey X said. Come on in here and show us what you got.
Yeah, one thing I do see is you gotta kind of like be committed to doing one of those things also, because I didn't see a few other people that claim if they be up on this box and shit, they even had to drop out. Like this one, it was somebody I probably recognized that lost all the box. You know, some more motherfuckers that claim that they hardcore and stuff started getting their ass whipped for a few weeks and they decided to drop out. So, you know, hey, motherfuckers, they like to play that fake ass excuse. Oh man, I got to put my picks in, so I might as well just drop out. Nah, nigga, you're just getting your ass whipped. Nigga, thought you knew all that boxing shit. Ran into
you talking about Shannon the Buildism?
Lost all the boxing.
Oh,
That's where cool lady Shan also. Yeah.
Y'all just killing it like that. I be wanting to kill Santi with reading my comments, la D. Hey, Hyphy, your YouTube channel friend who hates California. Man, he got it bad. Who?
She's talking about that South American guy, somebody named like Southpaw 7. He like one of these dudes that just be terrorizing the boxing community.
For real?
You know, like Lala, you probably could tell some stories because I don't be watching him. I just always hear stuff about him, but yeah, it seemed like he just got like no type of rules. How he just roam around on some straight disrespectful shit.
I feel that. Sis say, okay, back to boxing. Sorry. Am I reading good enough now? Yeah, that's what I thought. Sometimes, I get a little thrown off. I might mispronounce something.
But don't get me wrong, because, all of us, we all like a little bit of drama. So if it be drama within the boxing community, even though we don't say nothing, if we see the shit, we be behind the scenes laughing.
Well, we only human. If it's something funny, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to make sure you're all right, and then I'm going to laugh. That's if you fall or something like that. You bush your ass, don't crack it up. Thanks, Hype. You perfectly said. He straight terrorizes the community, laughing my ass off.
It's just funny how so-called boxing, people who say they're hardcore boxing fans, they don't never talk about majority of the fights that are coming up or that's even on the week. They'll only cover it during the actual like Friday where they're able to capitalize and have a quote unquote watch party. It's the only time you'll ever see anything about any of these fights upcoming. Like the Brandon Figueroa fight, nobody's talking about that fight. You're not gonna hear anybody except for like maybe a couple of channels talking about the fights that are coming up this week. Right. But then all of them will be having watch parties on Saturday night, like they've been promoting the fight all week long.
Well, they gotta stick to what brings them their channel, their views and their YouTube check. They gotta talk about the what ifs and the what nots and who said and who didn't, and the rumors and who going out of business and who staying in business and why this move was made. They got to stay on that road.
Well, that's cool, MZ, but just don't out here trying to perpetrate a front like you're a hardcore boxing fan when you're not. You're only seeking casual minds and casual eyes on your channel.
Yeah. Hey. Like niggas, they'd be like having a watch party of a fighter. They ain't seen none of their previous fights. Like niggas won't even know that Josh Taylor was in the World Boxing Super Series, but now you doing a Josh Taylor watch party and you talk, oh, he beat so-and-so, he beat so-and-so. Come on, man. The Donaires, for example, like they go around the community and they pretty much good with everybody. These niggas ain't watched a fourth of Nita fights. Come on, man.
Oh, you talking about because they the Donaires be on a lot of these different guys' channels.
Yeah, niggas don't be knowing shit about the Donaires besides him fighting a new way.
Bro, they didn't even stay up to watch that fight. They didn't stay up 5 in the morning or 2 in the morning to watch him fight a Nui.
You saying they caught it on the replay? Am I on mute? Nah.
Yeah, that's all we saying. Like, if you can't pronounce a fighter name properly, you don't know, so just basic stuff. You shouldn't be qualified to be calling a fight about them. If we've been watching your channel regularly and we ain't never heard you mention anything about that fighter, the week of the fight, you didn't talk about the fight once, but now you want to have a live watch party. Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Now I might mess up a name or two. Hell, I'm gonna mess up a lot of names. And getting some of these fighters' names right, oh, forget about it. I'm gonna just totally wreck them. Not even on purpose. It's gonna all be on accident. I like watching fights. That's what I like doing. I like watching them in slow motion. That's the best. So you can see the misses and the steps around and how far it was. But that's it. I'm riding on. All about Donaire these days, but never heard of who?
Vic Darchinyan. That was a fight that Nonito kind of like made his breakthrough with. Little backstory. So Darchinyan, he ended up beating he fought Glenn Donaire. That's Donaire's brother. He beat Glenn Donaire. Then a few years later, Nonito ended up fighting Darchinyan and kind of like had a real showcase performance, embarrassing him and knocking him out. And that's how Nonito got his breakthrough.
Okay, that's the guy Eric R was talking about, Vic Darchinyan.
Yeah, Vic Darchinyan. And Vic Darchinyan was an exciting Armenian fighter himself. Right? Remember Eric R? He used to always say, I want to destroy him.
Yeah, he was he was a terrorizer. He was knocking everything out, moving at that weight class. And it was so shocking that he got thoroughly just brutally destroyed in the fashion that he did when Donaire fought him.
Oh.
Kristen Morris, I would destroy him.
That's how he talked?
Yeah, he used to say, I would destroy him. Everybody, I would destroy him.
Oh, that sounds like the Russian dude from Rocky.
Yeah, Armenian.
I got something coming across the wire here. It's kind of blurry. Trey X, it looked like it. What'd that say? I need a top. Let me clean my glasses off because I'm really not catching what this is you're talking about.
Trey X, I'm talking about Vic Darchinyan. He used to always say, anybody he was fighting, he will not beat me. I would destroy him.
You keep saying that. All right, I got you. No, that wasn't the question that Trey was asking. I was trying to see if you know what I'm saying. I need a top 20 finish from you this week, OG. It's another OG on the channel that's struggling. You say who? Donaire had the prettiest check hook I've ever seen against Darchinyan. That's not loud, right? Like the Russian and Rocky hype, yes, I thought. He thought he was Godzilla. I'm laughing at MZ for not knowing who Darchinyan was. Oh, that's what that is up there? Oh, he laughing?
Yeah.
But I'm getting wore out tonight. Gig was one of my favorite little guys. Oh, D-Lo, you woke again? I thought you were still asleep.
Hey, but see, that's... Oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just going to say, MZ played victim, but he always got time to throw a little shot or slap, D-Lo up a little bit.
What happened? No, I'm just saying, I'm surprised he was still here. He hadn't said nothing in so long. I thought it took him a quick little nap. You know, he'll nod out in a minute, but he tell us that he nod down and he'll nod back in. That's not a shot.
Yeah, that was a whole little just a good era also. Even see that's what I'm saying. Even back then, the lower weights was cracking back then. So like you got so many guys that came from that late 2000s era that
Bruh.
question, borderline Hall of Fame, resumes and stuff.
Man, Marquez and
Israel
the four
Vasquez.
Israel Vasquez, the 4 fights they had, man, on Showtime. Those were epic fights, man.
Yeah.
The Marquez that knocked out Pacquiao, that Marquez?
Well, him and his brother. Yeah, his brother got a wicked trilogy against Israel Vasquez.
I'm really not. I can honestly say I really didn't look at a lot of little weights, so I'm gonna have to go and look at those and see what it is. Excuse me. I'm gonna let him make it tonight.
When you say real 50-50, those fights were real 50-50. Like that was the definition of 50-50. Even rounds, when you would see half the round go in one guy's favor and the other guy would storm back in the middle of that round. It was no guy was letting the guy gain a foothold in the fight.
Right. So they fought the entire round per round. Just action.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you end up with a fight where you fighting just for the fact you don't want the other guy to be able to say that he made you quit. Like that's how hard you fighting. And you willing to die on that shit.
Was there any technique in it, or was it just balls to the wall?
No, these were two skilled fighters. They both had really solid technique. They both were world-class champions.
Oh, so this was like one of the best fighting, the best type fights where you looking at it like you don't know who gonna take it. Don't tell me no more. I'm gonna look at one of them tonight.
That's a classic trilogy.
It's exciting. D-Lo said, I've been listening the whole time, just busy. His brother Raphael. Raphael
Marquez.
That's what I'm trying to think, because that's the one you said had a brother. They had 4 fights, D-Lo said. The last one was sided part due to Vasquez's eye injury. Vasquez and Marquez fights were just as good as Marquez versus Pacquiao fights. I think the last, I don't even know if he was little Hector Camacho and what was the guy he fought? They had made it. That was a big deal, not for American fighters, but it was a big deal for, I think it was the Mexican fighters and Puerto Rican.
You said Hector Camacho?
Yeah, Macho Camacho, and I want to say Julio Cesar Chavez. I remember they were super crunk about that fight.
Yeah. Most likely that's it.
I think that was one of the first fights I can think of in my mind that interested me that didn't have a black fighter in it. Does that sound racist? It might do, but it is the truth. That was the first fight. Just watching the Hispanic population, I'm gonna say politically correct, the Hispanic population get crunk about their fight really turned me on to that. And if I'm trying to remember where I was at when I saw that fight. I can't remember, but I do remember them getting me interested. That was the first time I watched a fight that didn't have anything to do with a fighter that I liked.
Damn,
Say it again.
I said that's interesting. I never thought. They just say like 80s and past fights. Most of them do involve at least one black fighter usually.
Yeah, I guess that's a strange side note, but it's out there now. Did I read everything? We all need to get started together. Check out some of the. We all need to get. I'm putting the getting started in the wrong place. We all need to start getting together to check out some classic fights. I agree at Trey X. I'm cool with that. I'm super
Shit.
cool with it.
Hey, Trey, I'm over here. I just watched Ali vs. Liston while we've been on this live. I watched
Which one? Which one? The first one or the second one? I'm
the
sorry, but
first one. I watched,
oh,
I just and I finished watching Kevin Kelly versus the guy Alejandro. I just watched that, and I'm about to find something else to watch.
you know who I would like to see a lot of footage on? That just to jumping from back and forth, but watching Cassius Clay, aka Ali, having Sonny Liston like when he was fainting. You know, Fang had that boy just jumping in the ring, like everything he was throwing, he didn't know when the punch was coming. His speed was so superior to Sonny Liston's. That was just ridiculous. I love watching that old fight.
Yeah, I was just tripping off of it's kind of funny, you know, you watch a fight back to back, you see multiple things, and I was seeing that, damn, this dude Ali, you know, he be doing stuff that I wouldn't teach a fighter. I would correct that shit if you was a trainer, but it just worked for him, and like he mastered it, and you can't stop it.
He's just so damn athletic, man. He's athletic. He was a lower weight. He had lower weight abilities in a heavyweight body, and that was the difference, especially during the '60s.
Oh man, that dude was so fast. What one of the things that's favorite to me about Ali was the fact that he was a light heavyweight. He wasn't an original heavyweight. And I always felt like, dude, the little dude came up and dominated the big boys. That's just, I don't know where I learned that from, but I do know that that's a fact that I got in my mind, been burned there for some years, that he started as a light heavyweight and not a full heavyweight. But lightning hands, the footwork, yeah, you're right. He did do some things wrong. But shoot, it worked so well for him. How do you make him change?
Well, when a fighter slows down and you have Hall of Fame trainers who understand what he's trying to do and able to take away certain advantages he has, that's where you start to see Muhammad Ali have difficulties, especially when Eddie Futch was training against Muhammad Ali, and he had fighters like Kenny Norton. Even though Kenny Norton, there was an obvious talent gap, but he was able to close that gap because he had an elite trainer able to teach him certain tricks that allow him to be able to offset what Muhammad Ali was trying to do.
Right. I got you. And following what your trainer is telling you to do to the letter will help. And it seemed like Norton had Ali's number. Trey X said, "What day of the week y'all want to check out fights? It depends on what time y'all doing. Because if we do it while I'm at work, I'll just be able to look in through my phone. I won't really be able to participate as far as dialogue go, but I'll be able to watch."
I think Sundays work out good because that's a day where there ain't much going on.
Yeah, like I said, it just depends on what time of the day it is for me. But shoot, I'm gonna chime in however way I can. Lala D said Ali is fantastic till this day. Yeah, I can honestly say, as far as favorite fighters of all time who make my heart move is Ali. If I had to say that there was somebody that I looked at as an athlete and was like, that's the best, it would be him. I could look at other athletes in other sports, and I kind of got a hard time with just nailing down who I would think was the best in other sports. But for boxing, Ali has always been my favorite boxer.
There's a couple of fighters for me. There's Roy Jones. There's Salvador Sanchez, Pernell Whitaker, James Toney, just because I love how he's able to switch from offense to defense. And his transitions were so fucking beautiful to watch. Um, and guys with just grit and heart. I would have to say, even I'm gonna mention a fighter that a lot of people don't talk about. Ike Adabuchi is one of those fighters that I wish I could have saw him fight more top line competition. But yeah, he's one of those guys I would have loved to see him get an opportunity to see what he could do, but that all fell by the wayside. But yeah, as far as older fighters, I wish I could have saw Ray Robinson fight.
Yes.
That's one of my favorites. There's a few others right now. Roberto Duran's another guy in his heyday.
You didn't see Roberto fight?
No, I mean, like, if I had an opportunity to see him fight, live,
Okay, in person. I feel you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel you. I would like to see the Brown Bomber, Joe Louis. I would like to see that. Like to see him fight. But if I could really see somebody fight a time machine, I would love to have seen Jack Johnson fight. That would be like a dream person to go see fight. That he would be my dream person to see, for the simple reason he was the first, what they claim, the first black heavyweight champion coming out of Galveston, Texas. I would have loved to have seen him fight, just to see his technique and what he was doing. Because you read about those guys or you hear stories about them, but it for me it's like having an image painted of a movie, but it's blurry. So I don't really get the full effect of it. I would have loved to seen that. If they had enough footage where I could just sit down and devour, that would be great. I've seen some footage of it, but it's more like highlights, like when he knocked the dude's teeth out of his mouth when they was doing the exhibition, but old boy tried to style on him. When he beat old boy who came back from bare knuckle boxing, he was the last reigning champ. They called him back out of retirement to try to stop Jack. Yeah, I would have loved to see those fights, see some good footage of those fights. Like he said, Henry Armstrong. Yeah, we most likely. Yeah, Ali Roy Jones. Here we go. Ali Roy Jones, Sugar Ray Leonard. Oh yeah, can't forget about him. Sweet Pea, Marvin Hagler, and Hopkins Ward. Frazier. Thinking of coming, because I didn't want to miss Trey X's statement. He said Frazier's left hook that dropped Ali in the first fight is the best left hook in history, in my opinion. And when I was young, I didn't really understand why he would move like he did, but I found out it was a method to that madness that he was doing. He was damn near like, he was keeping off of the line, one, and he was probing at him, two. And once he got to the certain spot, he just sprang off and throw that left hook. And his motor was high. He fought like that. That's what was crazy about Frazier. He made it. I guess that's what threw people off about Tyson too. That quick movement of the hip, being able to move at the waist so fluently and fast, and steady put pressure on him. Now, like D said, the Galveston Giant. Go ahead, I heard you.
Yeah, with Tyson, if you watch Floyd Patterson, that's a custom model fighter too. So Mike Tyson's just a more athletic, more explosive version than Floyd Patterson.
So you feel like Mike Tyson used the gazelle punch, the gazelle hook?
Mike Tyson loved to double up that. He loved to double the hook to the body, uppercut to the head. That was his signature.
And do that little hop to the side.
Yep. All that was to avoid incoming, punches and be able to be in a position where I can still land effective punch either to your midsection or to your head.
Right. I can't remember who he was fighting, but he ran that combination to the body, to the head, but he stepped to the side and threw an uppercut so pretty. It looked like it decapitated the dude. Don't get me, I can't even tell you who the fight was, but that image of him throwing those punches and the way he hopped to the side, seeing him hop to the side and throw that uppercut, it blew my mind. I can't even lie to you. It blew my mind because up until that point, I had not seen somebody execute it like that. And it was picture perfect. It was one of those things that you walk away from a fight remembering. Out of the whole fight, that's what I remember out of that fight. That sequence before he knocked the dude out.
And when you hear him explain it, he explained it. He always wanted to replicate that perfectly because he wanted to please Customato. He wanted to make Customato proud of what he was doing. So that's why he worked so hard, and that's why it looked the way it looked, because you could tell as a guy who constantly was trying to perfect the style in which he was fighting. But as he became champion, he lost his way in that regard.
Yeah, well, he lost Cuss too. I think that was a very big part of his career going down the tube after that. They say, Eric Austin, I enjoyed Mike Tyson's style, and later on in life, I was able to go back and really appreciate Holyfield. Holyfield was what would we like to say? They like to say a made heavyweight. He wasn't really a heavyweight, cruiserweight turned heavyweight, and did his thing.
That's another fight you need to go back and watch. I'm pretty sure Hyphy has watched it a number of times, like myself, when he fought for the undisputed cruiserweight championship against Muhammad Qali.
Oh, disastrous. Okay, I'm all in the chat trying to keep up. I'm surprised Trey didn't mention Sam Langford. I love D. Langford as a lightweight against Joe Gans. Would be a great to watch. Okay, Old Master. I don't know what that means. Tyson losing Kevin Rooney was also disastrous. Kevin Rooney. Isn't Kevin Rooney the guy from New York, the one that said he pulled a gun on Mike?
No, you're talking about I know who you're talking about, but that's not him. You're talking about Teddy Atlas. You're talking about Teddy Atlas.
Teddy Atlas is the one that pulled a gun on Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin Rooney is the kind of bald head dude with the like airplane ramp in the middle of his head.
Yeah, Kevin Rooney was the guy who was training him after Cuss passed away, and Mike was still doing really, really good things with him. He was still, for the most part, disciplined and still fighting at a high level. So when he separated from him, that's when you see him lose to Buster Douglas. So
okay. Old Master, MZ Old Master is Joe Gans. Okay, I got you, sis. Appreciate it. You got to keep me up on stuff. I'll be reading and I'll be going to something else before I realize, hey, this is that part of the conversation. So my bad. Yeah. So who we on? Talking about fighters that you would love to have seen fight. Sugar Ray Leonard, I liked the way he fought, but I don't know.
I have an underrated guy a lot of people don't speak on. Johnny Tappy is another guy I would love to see fight live.
Johnny Tappy. I know that name. I know that guy. Did he fight Roy?
No, you're thinking of Vinny Pazienza.
Okay. Hold on. I know the Tapia name. I could. Pazienza had that mullet like a Italian looking dude. Anyway, go ahead. Speak on Tapienza.
Tapia was a lower weight fighter who had a lot of demons. he struggled with drugs, and he was always in trouble with the law. And he fought out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Really entertaining style, man. I mean, just always put on really good fights, man.
Huh. Okay. Johnny Champion was a beast. Evil is AF. Who likes Willie Pep? I think he's the next chapter in my book that I'm reading. Yeah. But Trey killing me. He laughing. OG, you need to start knowing some of these fighters. Bro, I do be knowing some of them. To be honest with you, I got one of those kind of memories. If I see him, I'll be like, oh, okay, I remember who that is. I know who that is. Or it's got to be something about him, or I won't retain everything about him. I know the Tapia dude, and I'm sure I've seen a fight with him, but it won't be until I actually lay my eyes on him again. I say, oh, yeah, I know who that is. If that makes sense. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how I be remembering stuff. Hold on, homeboy. He said OG been reading that same book for 6 months because I like to take my time. I'm actually reading all 3 of them. Because remember, I told you I got the Book of Enoch too. And I got the Boxing Greats Fighters and the Boxing Stories. So, let me dissolve them like I dissolve them. You can't rush to read anything. And it ain't been 6 months. It's been 6 months. December, January. No, it ain't been no 6 months. I got these for Christmas. Shots fired. That's all I can say. Shots fired. Hyphy, man, you supposed to be watching my back. Hyphy, shoot a joke out there and protect a brother. Help a brother out. You just let me take a beat down around here. I don't need no help. Steady strong. Let me roll up the blunt. So, is there anything else anybody want to lay down on the table? Anything? Going once, going twice?
Oh, I sent you what's the name in Discord a couple of days ago about Enos Cantor.
Me?
He got yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how he got canceled or blackballed by the NBA for speaking out against how the NBA is basically kissing China's ass and ignoring all the sweatshops that they got going on as far as producing their shoes and stuff like that for
Right.
Nike and different brands of that nature. So he spoke out against it, and he's no longer playing in the NBA. I understand the man don't average a ton of points, but he still is a decent player, a decent role player.
Oh. Speaking about the NBA, since you tossed it in that court, I can say that I'm hearing Russell Westbrook kind of having a breakout. I don't know how you would say it, but he kind of breaking out over there pretty big, with the Clippers.
Yeah, sometimes it's just not a good fit. I mean, we all knew the moment that the Lakers traded for him, it wasn't a good fit.
Huh.
But it's not every time you get a guy and he's gonna fit the players that you surround him with. It has to be a good fit. And he had opportunities, and there's a lot of times where he didn't perform. The ball was placed in his hands a lot of the times, and he was turning the ball over, wasn't scoring, none of that. So you got to question his mental at that point. Not to mention, he's just not a good fit. He wasn't a good fit for LA. Chemistry wise, he wasn't a good fit.
Okay, I got a curveball that came through because I guess I popped a foul with the basketball thing. Labadi came in and said, if you guys could train for a boxing match in any place of your choice, where would you train? I think I'd choose Philly or Michigan. That's what she says. You would choose?
I would choose the place with the highest altitude. And right now, I think I probably would train in Mexico City. if I was to be honest with you, because I definitely wouldn't lose a fight because of my conditioning.
Uh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. But
So
I
you
think
gotta figure like this, MZ. You're going into a boxing match, right? You obviously don't have um, you're not gonna have the advantages skill wise against the people you're fighting against. Well, if I ain't gonna have the advantage skill wise, I damn sure ain't gonna lose because I'm tired.
I feel you. Bolivia, Peru. That's what Lala D said. Question. Um, do you get any trainer you want to train you? Would you?
Yeah. I probably would choose. I would look for a guy like Coach Gogi. I'm sure a lot of folks aren't familiar with him. Hype's familiar with him, but I'd be looking for that guy. He's good technical. He'd get me ready. He wouldn't tell me what I want to hear, and he definitely would make sure that I'm prepared. So I would look for a guy like him.
Okay. Trey X agree with you. He said, I'm going with Joseph Brown to train with the Mexicans. We'll definitely be in shape. Huh. Just I don't know. First I have to find me a trainer that's gonna fit, but I want to train somewhere in the desert where it's hot, all the time. I want to train in the heat. Like I said, I learned that from playing basketball in Houston. Training in that heat, it makes a difference. So yeah, I would pick somewhere in the desert. I don't know if that's Mexico, but yeah, somewhere hot. I can't be following too close to it. That was a great question. I enjoyed that. Any place you think. But why Bolivia or Peru, Lala D? Just questioning that. Because that seemed like some pretty places to be trying to chill at. I want it to be grimy and hot. The coach be talking crazy to you, talking about you about to let him take your lunch money or something. Nah, coach, we ain't having none of that. Oh, D-Lo speaks again to Eric R. and Lala D. He's still hanging in there. No shots fired. Just saying he's still hanging in there. Thought maybe he would have threw a question out by now or something to make us think on another level in 4K. Hype, you still alive? Because last week you started snowing on us, brother. And it was early.
Oh, word, that happened to him.
Man, Hypey fell asleep on us. I'm looking at the clock like Hypey 2 hours behind.
Oh, maybe it was the other person who who was on the panel putting him to sleep.
Oh, that's why you checked out, huh? That's D-Lo's fault. D-Lo was the architect today, sitting on the outside, instigate.
Bro, I couldn't take it. I had to roll out.
And when you left, I was like, look at this motherfucker, just go leave it. Oh man. But we persevered. We persevered. Lala D said, oh, MZ, no. I was asking Joseph, Bolivia or Peru, when he mentioned altitude. Oh, okay. I got you. Eric R said he driving home from work. And he said, I'm here, bro. I feel that. Man, it's been a beautiful week.
I know a lot of guys in the States, they like to pick places like Big Bear or Colorado Springs. Those places have good altitude, but it ain't the level when you go to places like outside of Mexico City or Mexico City, man. Those are places where, there's no way you're not once you come from those places and you decide you want to get into a fight, you're gonna outlast anybody.
Hey, I hear you. I'm gonna take some desert heat and work out in that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna pretty much get the same result. Trey X say I also need a top 20 finish from Eric R this week. Is the list out? The new list out? Let me check. I'll have to check. Trace, you might not even get to top 20 your damn self. Wow, Lala D, shots fired. D-Lo 404, he said, damn, I get blamed for more shit than Terrence Crawford. What you got blamed? What happened?
Hey,
Somebody wrote something.
Hey, Lala D is disqualified. She ain't even playing no more. She can't fire shots at nobody. You done
Shoot.
quit. You
Lala
done quit.
Oh, she said she got a pistol though. As long as she got a pistol at work, she gonna fire it. She has no problem, it seems like. But who blames my boy D-Lo for something? Tell me, D-Lo, who blames you? So I talk about it right now. I go let him know. Don't talk about my boy D-Lo. Like D said, I be cracking myself up. She going hard to paint tonight. Like D, I told Champ Ross to leave you on the list for shame. But Trey X said, leave her on the list for shame. I'm going to train in Vegas in that dry heat. That's what Eric R said. He going to go to Vegas and train. Laughing out loud, top 20 it is. I got to come back strong. I feel you. MZ did what, D-Lo? Oh, you said, no. I don't even remember that, but I'll get on him, though. Say, MZ. Straight up, homeboy, you need to raise the bar, my boy. Before we have some kind of issue, I have to take you outside and deal with you. I don't want to hear nothing. Don't say nothing. You ain't even got to ask me. Just go and chew what I just said, chew that up, swallow it, and chill. All right, D-Lo, I got you. No problem. I took care of that. Lala D lost by third round. RTD? Okay. Now my age is showing. What's RTD? More likely Lala on the list so MZ doesn't finish his last play. Wow! That's the kind of shot I get after I just stood by you and told that dude to leave you alone. Joseph Brown, was you finna say something like that?
Nah, I'm just saying, D-Lo, I don't know what you and D-Lo got going on, man.
Nothing. That's my boy. Me and D-Lo like two peas in a pod.
Yeah, if that's your boy, I don't want no friends.
Iron sharp as iron. It keep us always on the lookout for anything going wrong.
You be trying to extend your hand, and that man is right back slapping you in the head.
Yeah, he pulled out a machete. You see me just like that instantly. I did what he asked me to do. I got on. It is what it is, that how you had that old Great Dane, that old dog at the house. He just mean all the time. You come, you feed him a snack. 30 seconds later, he growling at you. Yeah, that's what's going on right now. We just sharpened it. That's right. D-Lo said, "Oh, RTD means you retired on the stool." Lala D said, "Hold on, okay." So now everybody telling me retired. RTD means quit in the corner. RTD means you retired on the stool. I think. Lala D ended with I think. We just sharpen it. Iron sharpens iron. That's right, D-Lo. That's right. Sharpen iron. I've been chilling real hard today. I only had to take an hour and a half nap. So I'm powered up. Anything else that we got to be an old Great Dane, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's a big dog. I'm just saying. Oh, what you want to be? A poodle? A chihuahua? A boxer? A pit bull? Tell me what? I thought a Great Dane was a majestic dog. Big, powerful. I forget what they was used for, but the reason they bred them slips my mind. But it is what it is. That's some good stuff. Anything else that we want to lead into? Uh-oh. Who going to win out of MZ and Eric R this week? Oh. Trey X. Okay, so now y'all Wait, it almost feel like betting odds is being placed. Is that what's happening here? Is the list out? That's what I need to know. Is the new list out? Did I miss the list? Because today is Tuesday. I need to start working on my stuff now.
Yeah, they got a prospect from. Well, he's actually in line to get a title shot real soon. He's from Kazakhstan. He's 10-0 with 9 knockouts. He's a guy I'm interested in seeing.
Okay. Let me. What's his name again?
Ahovovich.
Ahovovich.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. You got Kazakhstan. He's 10-0, 9 knockouts. He's southpaw. He's one of the picks. He's fighting on Champ Ross.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fighting a gentleman from the UK. But he's got a good amateur background, national championship, good amateur pedigree. He's got athleticism, and those guys over there, they're not much for talking, but he's one of those guys. He'll beat your ass and he'll talk shit to you, especially if he don't like you and he feels like you're trying to talk crap to him. Yeah, he's he's an interesting character. He's not like how the typical guys over there, they're just quiet and they'll just let their fighting do the talking for him. He does the talking in the ring.
Wait, what the hell?
So he's got a little mean streak to him.
Mean streak comes from hell. Understand? Am I reading this correctly? Do they say Eric R is a negative 250 favorite?
Damn.
Couldn't just be. Oh, wait a minute. Am I saying that right? They say Eric R is a negative 250 favorite to come in a higher place than MZ. Huh. Trash, you trying to fuck around and find out. I see. I don't know what that means, but the list is in our community section on the corner. Oh, can somebody put, really? That's what it is, D-Lo? Can somebody put a legend together with definitions of acronyms and terminologies for MZ? Oh my gosh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. The list is in our community section on the corner, so says Trey X. D-Lo say.
I think one of these days, D-Lo gonna have to get up here and he's gonna have to address you verbally and not just type it in the chat. I feel like that's the only respectful thing to do at this point, MZ.
Because there's been some shots fired, huh? I mean, all kind of shots. They got all kind of weapons busting this way today. They dropping bombs from the sky, everything. They got Trey X flying the what's the name of that bomb that's way up in the sky? You can't even see it. Then we just start busting shots.
Hey, what's the name of that one kung fu flick? They call it Flying Guillotine. I feel like there's a lot of flying guillotines going off in the chat.
Don't I'm ducking and dodging. I'm doing all kind of matrix moves around here. Eric R., I named you the favorite to beat MZ. Don't prove me wrong. Let me just take a deep breath on that. Hold it.
It's a lot of disrespect on your name. You gotta do something about it, MZ.
Okay. Eric R. say, hold me to the fire. Okay, it's a lock bet. Wait, it's a lock bet, 100K, bet $1 million in my duck cross. Wait a minute.
Oh man, he done went back to the Spencer Crawford interaction on you.
This man said bet 100K, bet $1 million. Is he talking to me? Is he talking to me? Is he talking to Trey X? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on around here before I go put on my suit of armor, because I feel I feel attacked. I'm feeling like it's. Let me just go and keep on scrolling down.
They saying you food out here.
Okay. Lala D say you got Ryan winning. I got Tank. MZ, they shoot like the end of Scarface. Yeah, I feel them. I seen you pull your pistol out and shoot too. Don't just say they shoot. But it's all right, I'm standing like Scarface right now. I'm taking it. Absolutely not, Lala D. It's what D-Lo said about Ryan and Tank. You got to show something, OG, Trey X. Joseph Brown, stop putting cables on it, fam. That's what D-Lo saying. I'm just, lunch meat. What kind of lunch meat? Leavenworth? I can't even say that right now. MZ shut everyone up by placing number 1 on Champ Ross this weekend. Problem solved. You know what, sis? I appreciate that word of confidence that you just instilled in me. Let me just take a couple of deep breaths.
Hey, MZ, you gotta stop allowing them to play with your name like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to do something, man.
Now, I'm gonna have to just be a man of a few words at the moment. This ain't like a rap thing going on where I can bust off with Ryan. I can't do that. I ain't 100% in my element.
You're gonna have to come back in here with your baby. You know what I'm saying? On your baby vibe next week, and be like, y'all better put some respect on my name. That's how you're gonna have to come back in here next week.
You know what? Now I'm starting to feel okay. Let me shake my shoulders a little bit. Did this man say oven roast turkey with lemon pepper? Okay. Then Trey X say that's Siamese. First is unachievable. I wouldn't say that's what that means. I wouldn't say that at all. That would just mean I got to get the picks right. I got to get the decisions and stuff right. It can be done. I just got to apply myself a little more. So it's going down. Eric Carr has been favored to come in higher than MZ. Where you at anyway in this, Eric Carr, since you took shots? Go tie my boots up now and get ready. All he has to do is get the top 40 finish for the first time this season. That would be a start. That would be who? Who you talking about, D-Lo? You talking about Eric R? Or are you talking about me? I'm confused. Whose side y'all? The iron sharpening the iron. We passed that stage now. We finna get ready to go into war. I need to know what side you standing. What side of the line are you standing on? Are you top ranking or PBCth? Let it be known, sir. Oh, that's right. He a Crawford guy. I really don't matter if Crawford gets knocked out or not. I just want to see what'll happen.
Buzz a free agent.
OG, you got to stop making my pedigree skill look bad. You know what? Let me go and tell you the truth, Trey X. The one time that I did real good, I did good, not great, but the one time that I was moving up and you was like, oh, he moved up. I used the pedigree scale on everybody that I could use it on in the list. The second time, I just went and looked at them fighting, and I didn't use the pedigree scale. So, if that means anything, that you could go ahead and say there's data that says if you use the pedigree scale, you finish better than without. I'm a living testament. I can say that is true. Nah, that should be a good plug in. Trey X, D-Lo are evil. That's right, sis. You see how they try? You see how they? But I'm strong. I'm gonna stand through it. I'm encouraging you to get to the top 40 finish. Oh, that's what you're doing. You encouraging me. I didn't know if you were trying to pick Eric R over me. We've been riding a long time, D-Lo. I gave you the name 4K, and then gave you back D-Lo 404.
Yeah,
Eric R
man.
just gave you some salutes. He showed love, salute D-Lo, what's up? Gave us Scumbo Baggins title, but still.
Yeah, D-Lo 4K that's official right there.
There it is. Because you see stuff so clearly. The voice of reason bringing it out so clearly. But I see what's happening now. It's okay, though. It's okay. I got to stay, I made this bed. I'm going to lie in it. Trey said that's a good start. Top. Okay. So, Eric, what place you planning on coming in? Because I'm going to see if I can turn that roast turkey lemon pepper into poached crow and lime peelings. How about that? Boy, it's been hot tonight. At least I can say Lala didn't take no shots at me. I can't say that. But she took her shots at me 2 weeks ago. Busting it. Everybody bust. It's cool. Even Judge Joe Brown stood up here on the altar.
Hey, wait now. I ain't take no shots at you. If you felt some kind of way, I didn't take no shots at you.
It was just the bravado that you were shooting out. Trey Yates called it. He called it. He said, since you've been in that spot, you brought the bravado out here. He just let you say something. I think you are a content creator outside of the top 25. Look, outside of the top 25, you should wait. I think if you are a content creator outside of the top 25, your channel should be suspended for 2 weeks. Dang.
That's a lot of people on Champ Bros. Trey X. That's a lot of people who can't talk, who can't collect no super chat.
That man said for 2 weeks. I'm planning on going back up to the top 20. I'm looking at 110 points. Shit. I think my best was like 100. So I'm gonna make a move. What's the most you could get at one time? Long as I beat 110. That's all I got. Long as I beat.
It depends. I mean, you get bonuses if you get the knockouts and you get the split decisions correctly. Majority split decisions, those will give you bonuses. So
yeah, I suck at those though. But no excuse. I gotta come in. I gotta mess this bet ranking up. 225. That's a lot. Wow. That means there is no confidence in me from my peers that I'm gonna do better. Oh wow. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. I hear Ice Cube right now getting ready to bust out with, God damn, I'm glad y'all said it all. Here's what they, man, let me just keep on reading the chat. Who's going to tell them? Tell who? Lala T took the ultimate shot at you by quitting once you finished ahead of her. She couldn't face the rest of the field under those circumstances. I don't think that was a shot. That was just, if he didn't got in front of me and I ain't gonna be able to overtake him. So, and I talked some noise to him. He ain't gonna let me get in front of him, so I might as well go ahead. Wave the white flag now. That's what Lala D did.
Hey, Trey X got a poll question. He said, who do y'all think gonna win, Eric R or MZ? That should be a poll question.
Wow. How I make a poll. That's cold-blooded. Who y'all think? I think, let me. Man, that's cold. Yeah, Lala D gave me the most up respect by quitting.
I think, Trey, when y'all call the fight this Saturday, y'all should make that a poll question.
Hold up. See, somebody got MZ. G-Lo said, I plead the fifth. Lala D said, oh, MZ took a shot at me? What? Now, Lala D, you catching the fever from them? When did I take a shot at you? Joseph Brown, you on the panel with me right now. Did you hear me take a shot at Lala D?
You just did. You said she quit because
She
of
did
you.
quit Champ Ross.
She quit because of you. That's what
No,
you said.
no. See, let me. Hold
Hey,
on.
don't try to backtrack down. That's what you
I
said.
have to because I have to put it in context. See, let me find it. Right here. D-Lo said Lala D took the ultimate shot at you by quitting once you finished ahead of her. She couldn't face the rest of the field under those circumstances. And I was giving her a better way out, saying that, since MZ passed me, and I know I've been talking noise to her, he gonna keep pushing the pedal every time I get close. He not gonna let me pass it. Those are circumstances I was saying that she couldn't face the field with. Not what D-Lo was saying. Man, I can't win for losing. Really, D-Lo? Wait, first of all, Trey X said I'm picking Eric R, but MZ has beat him before. That's right. And you know what you said about rematches. Rematches are hard to call on. That's all I'm saying. D-Lo 404 said, over or under, MZ finishes 50 or lower this. So there's two kind of bets going on. Okay. Trey X haven't I beat you before? Good question, Lala D. Trey X, Lala D wants to know, haven't she beat you before? I'm just, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just carrying the message. Wow. I'll take the over. He'll be fired up this week. Wow. Let me go and find. Where's the list? Did you say the list is on the corner? Man.
Which list?
For the new fights coming up.
Oh yeah. Well, you can go on Champ Ross and get it.
I hate Facebook.
I only got 2 more fights to pick. I'll have all my picks in by tomorrow.
Shit, I was just getting started today. Trey say Lala D once, then you woke up. Wow. So you never beat him before, Lala D? You never came in higher than Trey X 1 week?
Trey shut that down immediately.
I thought she had came in pretty high one time before. It was the talk of the town. It was like Lala D making a move on y'all. I'm thinking. I got to go put my boxing shoes on. When is the earliest fight? I haven't looked at it yet. Let's see. I'm going to find it. That's all right. I got to get the list here, mail it to myself so I can have it on the screen while I'm going through what I need to go through. I have to pull a little pedigree scale out tonight, this week, so I can get it in. He said she got me a couple of times. Oh, okay, Lala D didn't beat Trey X a couple of times. So in Triangle Theory, at one point, I'm going to be beating him. That's Triangle Theory. Hell, he might even quit the season. One could think. So I just make my mental notes. Trey X not only started a whole freaking bet and then placed the odds against me, and then took the over-under on me, against me. Wow. That's harsh. This the Oracle here. This the dude that I go to. Say, hey, man, let's talk. What's the bet? What's the shot that I'm taking? This is him. Oh, man. I don't know. This is rough. This is rough. When a man is down, do they kick at him? The Trey X, that was only because I turned my picks in late on Saturday. Wow. Is that an excuse of why I beat him that time? Is that what he's trying to say? Missed out on all them Friday fights. Oh. Okay, so what's going on? Head to head. You can't hold Lala D though, OG. I can't hold it. Head to head, I can't hold. Hey, I probably can't. And I have no shame with that. None at all. But I'm learning. It's gonna come through in a minute. I was picking with my eyes. Wow. Tricks, and I was picking with my eyes closed. Dang. You hearing this, Joseph Brown?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff going on in that chat, man.
A lot, isn't it? Missed out on all the Friday fights. God. And this is all aimed. This seems to be all aimed in one direction.
Nah, they done turned the gun on each other right now.
I'm gonna just sit back and watch, see what happens. But Eric R said he was late turning his picks in Saturday, and he missed out on all his Friday picks. That's why I finished ahead of him. Boy, the Roosters is coming home to roost, Bobby Boucher. Or was it the Chickens? I don't know what that lady said.
Man, I get started on Sunday, bro.
I don't be seeing the list that fast. I don't get no little ding on my phone from Discord or nothing.
You just gotta go and check Facebook, man. Check Facebook, copy it, save it. You can go and, go down the list.
That means I gotta put Facebook on my phone. D-Lo, what's the highest you placed on Champ Ross? About 35th place? Huh? And that's not me asking that question. That's Lala D. I'm just reading. Don't shoot the mediator. I'm just bringing a message. I guess I'm going to have to go and get... the list is always in our community section on YouTube. Okay. I guess I got to figure out how to copy that one and put it on. I'm going to figure it out. So I can email it to myself and be able to. Lala D finished 6th before. Yeah, Marlo missed 3 weeks of picks and still ranked higher than MZ. D-Lo, who asked you that? Who asked D-Lo to open up the book of remembrance and say Marlo missed 3 weeks of picks and still ranked higher? I don't recall nobody asking D-Lo to go through the history book of Marlo missing picks. Weeks of them. Dang, the shots just keep on coming.
Hey, the only way, man, you gotta come back in your baby when he went up to the Breakfast Club and told him to put respect on his name. Don't talk about MZ name no more. Y'all better put some respect on it. All 3 of y'all.
I can't even talk shit like that right now because it's all true. It's all true. I'm way down the list. People can take see. Mama told me when you're down on the bottom, son, you have to dodge a lot of rocks and bullets, spit, people throwing gum at you, all kind of nonsense. You gotta just be quick on your toes. Yes, ma'am. I feel what you're talking about now. Lala D look like she cracking up. I don't really know what it is. She say, if off topic, but y'all ever get road rage in a drive-through? I'm about to go postal. Not out of hunger. I'm ready to go home. Oh, because they taking a long time. I have been there. I have been there sitting in line, falling asleep, head popping. Hungry. You been through that, Joe?
Today, matter of fact, not at a drive-through, but I normally get my ICE bowls. I normally go to a spot right before I go to work, and they make my bowls for me. They put bananas, wild berries, hemp seeds, chia seeds, granola. They'll put a drizzle of spirulina, and they'll put strawberries and other fruits on top of it. But today, they were training somebody and it took extra long. Yeah, I was getting a little annoyed, but I don't be getting no rage and nothing like that.
That man said he ready to go home and lay down, though. You wait. Did you say berries and bananas and fruits? What kind of health place is that? What's the name of that place?
It's not really a health place. It's more like one of those cafes, but they make coffee, mostly coffee that they make, but then they'll make like I see chia bowls, acai bowls. They'll make those.
Huh.
So when I get those, that's my breakfast. So I'll eat that to start off my day.
Okay. Yeah, I usually start my day off with a casada with onions and cilantro and cheese and a chicken fajita. Trey say, I'll text it to you. I forget sometimes, so check the community bar. I got you. My bad, MZ. I was trying to say something else. How could you be trying to say something else and you typed all of that? Really? You gonna say they whole order the whole menu? Yeah, I be hating when people get up there. You've been sitting in the line 5 minutes and you don't remember what it was. You don't know what you want when you get up to the window. Oh, that be making me so upset. I be pissed. I be talking shit. My wife be like, "Be quiet. You need to stay calm." I'm like, "Man, these people up here tripping." Say, I was behind someone in the drive-through at Panera Bread. They ordered $88 worth of food, and it took them damn near 88 minutes to order it. That had to suck. Eric, I remember one of those times in Miami. I was stuck in the drive-through, and you could hear gunshots. When I got to the window, the employee said to me, "Is that you shooting, boo?" Ghetto. Damn. I don't know what drive-through that's in, but I don't know parts of the drive-through. And when you get up to the window and they ask you if that was you shooting.
That sound like Dade County right there.
Dang. But he go let you know, Lala Gangster, she still went to the window to get her food. The shooting didn't bother her. It's like she need her. Wait a minute. Lala D in the drive-through? I find that hard to picture. Lala D be in those 10-star hotel restaurants. He said, right, I couldn't even pull off. Not enough room. Dang, Eric, they got you trapped. A lot of restaurants have drive-thrus that you can't get out of once you're in the line. Yeah, we got a couple of them down here that got that big concrete barrier once you get so far. Once you get to that order station, it's over. Unless you can get everybody else to bag up, you might as well go ahead and go around. It is what it is. Oh, she said, MZ, I was stuck in the drive-thru. Okay. So you saying you not gangster like that? I was saying you was gangster. I was like, shit. Lala D said, y'all got me bent. A little bit of busting don't make me move. Lala D probably riding around in bulletproof. I'm just messing with you, sis. Don't unleash that wicked comedy that you got all over me. Because you know you be killing yourself. You be killing me too. Some of that shit be funny as hell. And you know some of it. So I've been accused of edging stuff on, instigate. I cannot believe I have been turned into a betting line. When does that happen?
Hey, you ever seen the movie Lionheart with Jean-Claude Van Damme? When they told him the whole bet's on the tiller, you know what he told him? He told him wrong bet. He fixed it to whip Attila's ass. So you in position.
Okay.
To make people see that they made the wrong bet.
What I want to know, Joe Brown, are you riding on MZ or are you riding on Eric R? Oh, this man paused.
I'm gonna tell you like this, MZ. Um, I'm gonna say it. You're gonna have to drink. You're gonna have to pour. You're gonna have to pour something. This is one of them moments you might want to take a drink. But in all seriousness, man, I got faith in you, man. I know you're gonna bounce back. So I'm gonna ride with you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Man, can you believe how much? Oh my goodness. Wait till I call Big E and be like, bro, where's Big E at? He should have been casting the vote for me. He probably sitting over there inside is like, bro, I ain't gonna touch this. I'm gonna leave this one alone. Oh, I appreciate you, Joseph Brown. I can guarantee you for the rest of this year, I will not mess up your name. Eric R., your friendship is dear to me. You still my homie after all this happens. Line is in the sand. That's right. I'm going to have to show you that they shouldn't have called me out. Don't take this personal. Whether I win by 10 points or 3.5, a win is a win. I plan on taking it. I gotta go over here and talk to my wife. Say, can you believe? She probably gonna believe it too. She probably in there betting against me. This is almost as bad as the day Trey X said. So I got to depend on the dude with one arm. Shameful. And MD, I still remember the drive-through employee had half of his hair braided, and the other half was in an afro with a picket and asking me, is that me shooting? Dang. So he in there getting his hair did? I know that's just unsanitary, disgusting, nasty. And what part of Miami were you in, sis, where this kind of madness is taking place? So I know not to put it on my list to go visit. Cause that sounds like that's just rough for no reason. Respectfully,
she was definitely in 305 Mayo.
Wow, this man that went into Marvel Comics, he done pulled the Avengers line out on me. Respectfully, OG, I hate what I'm gonna have to do to you. Like Thanos said, I hope they remember you. Oh, they gonna remember, because I'm gonna make a whole bunch of noise. Do you think I'm just gonna lay down and let you just roll all over me like that?
Damn. The man said he got the Infinity rings.
That's what I'm saying. See, you see, he got to pull out something to help him. Got to pull out. I'm gonna have to pull an Iron Man on him. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Like he said when Devin Haney knocked out old boy. That's the way Iron Man arm looked after he knocked. He did the snap. That's how. That's how it's gonna be going down. No, he wasn't getting his hair done. He probably went to work like that. That's just sad. That's just sad. Can you imagine pulling up? I can't imagine pulling up to a place where the worker got half of their hair braided and the other half froed out with the afro pick with the fist on it in his head. It was Checkers. You heard of Checkers Burgers? Yeah, we used to have a Checkers in Houston. There was a Checkers in Houston once upon a time. It's a little, one of the little small buildings that you drive up on. You could drive up on either side. Kind of strange looking, but yeah, it wasn't a big place that you could go inside. It was strictly a drive-through place. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know about the Checkers.
Yeah, their curly flies is busting.
Dang, Checkers got it going on like that in Miami. Yeah, I don't eat at Checkers though. My daughters like them. I'm not a curly fry fan at all. I feel like fries should be straight.
Yeah, I don't eat them no more. But when I was, that was one of the things I was eating.
Curly fries? That was one of your vices as a kid or youngster.
No, no, that just when I went there, that's what I would get.
Okay, I feel you. That was your go-to at Checkers. I can't even think of a restaurant that I got to as a go-to right now. Well, I guess Terrance, because that's where I like to go get my tacos at. Because they got like the biggest tacos on the east side. They are so good. They be stuffed with meat, stuffed with whatever vegetables you choose. They're a little pricey, you know what I'm saying? Their tacos are like $5, $5.50, but they cover your whole plate. That one taco will cover your whole plate. Some people have to eat it in halves. I like to knock mine off totally. I'm trying to gain a little weight. I'm trying to bulk up a little bit. So when I get ready to hoist up all these trophies, I can hold them with that one arm. Eric, we got to check us out here. It ain't the same like back in the day. Yeah, everything changing like back in the day. Like the simple fact that they finna take the flavors away from cigars. They finna get rid of menthol cigarettes, which that don't bother me because I don't smoke cigarettes. And I smoke the raw papers for the bud. And tonight I'm sipping on some Hennessy. On some ice.
Yeah, if I was still smoking, I would definitely would be smoking the raw papers, smoking the J, baby.
Yeah, and I got a nice roller that it does all the work. All you gotta do is pack it, grind it, and it fills up the cone. You just pull it out, twist and roll.
Yeah, my cousin used to have the grinder to to smooth that joint out.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't smoke no more. But I don't bash nobody who do. You know, I still appreciate the intricacies of it. You know,
I feel you. I appreciate that. Because far too many times people decide to stop doing something and then they can figure out all the different ways to harp on the next man. Like, hey, let me quit on my own. I'm slowly moving toward it.
now I always did promise my cousin though. Once your boys start hitting, a certain threshold money wise, I might consider blazing one up. So I always told him I would.
Okay. Well, shoot, keep your promise. Don't be a scumbo.
Nah, I ain't gonna be a scumboy. Once I hit that mark, I definitely I told him I'd blaze up with. But yeah, it definitely would be a J though, for sure.
Shoot, my 19-year-old who was about to turn 20, I had made the announcement. I was like, you know what? I'm getting ready to stop smoking. This kid said, "Oh, wait a minute, Daddy, that's your thing, and you haven't smoked with me yet." Like, really, girl? Not, Dad. Yeah, you should go ahead and quit smoking. Bad for you. None of that came to mind. Only thing came to mind is that's your thing, and you haven't smoked with me yet. I'm almost to the age.
Yeah, it's like something that they anticipated bonding with you on that.
So I got to hold out on smoking. I got to stretch it out a little longer just to make sure I get this bond moment, which, as a good father I try to be, I'm going to bond with my babies. However it happens. Eric Arter made it to the crib. He said, "Take care, family. Glad you made it out to the drive-through. Have a good one. And be prepared for war, homeboy, because I am not trying to lose to you this week in Champ Ross." A big lie. Can you believe that? It happened right here on this show. I'm tripping. It happened right here on MZ Talks Boxing. A lot of first half happened right here. Some breaking news that happened, but damn, this is the first time I've ever seen on anybody's show where a betting line get taken out against the person that the channel was named after.
Hey, you setting all kind of precedents right here on MZ Boxing Talk.
Yeah, well, we're gonna keep doing that. Me and you gonna be smiling at the end of the week. Like MZ pulled it off. Lala D said, MZ, Joseph Brown is right. Miami is a unique kind of ghetto. Imagine Trick Daddy times 20. Dang. And shit. Dang, I used two bad words right behind each other. So let me clean that up. My wife, for some reason, she always says Trick Daddy look dirty to her and this and that. But times 20, because Trick love the kids. But dang, that's you talking raw. La la D, dang, that is it is what it is though. You know, people have to be what they have to be, I guess, or not. But dang. Well, at least you're still here to be able to talk about it. None of the bullets was going in your direction, so thank God for that. That you still here, being able to tell us about track and field and different things like that.
Yeah, the question was, what was Lala D doing in Miami? What was that a scheduled girl trip? Like, what was the reason you was out there?
Sis seems to be well versed and
If
well
you don't,
traveled.
if you don't mind us asking.
She seemed to be well versed and well traveled and be handling her business. I always picture her as a powerful colored businesswoman knocking down doors and breaking glass ceilings. With a knack for liking boxing and track and field and soccer. Man, when I get off of here, I'm gonna be really thinking about the fact that it's a betting line against me. Oh, Lala said I lived in Miami.
Oh, okay. So that means Lala had to make sure she keep herself in shape because there's a lot of competition out there.
For powerful colored women is kicking down doors and breaking glass ceilings? I guess. you just go. You wrong, boy. I tell you wrong. I forgot who I was talking to when it comes to.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talented, folks down there in Miami. You know, there's a lot of it's high competition down there.
I feel you.
You know, that means Lala was doing her thing. You know what I mean?
All I know is I keep seeing negative 250 for Eric R. That's all I keep seeing. I'm like, this is one of those kind of bets that people be like, oh man, these are great odds. Really? Joseph Brown, you have to feel what I'm going through right now. I'm spiraling.
Oh, I have no clue what you're feeling, but brother, I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know what it's like, man. I can't relate.
Oh, that's right. I have no one to talk to.
I mean, you could talk to me, but I just, I can't understand it at the moment, brother.
This is the time that I have to sit in the dark and reflect. Peace and blessings, fam. About to call it. All right, old school. I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did. I greatly appreciate the banner that you slung my way. Greatly appreciate it. I remember I had a really ghetto Miami friend named Dee at work. One time there was a horrible smell near my cubicle, and I got a text from Dee to read, I'm lighting up, y'all. I'm lighting up y'all bathroom. Oh man, that's funny on two levels because we got a Dee this ghetto, however you want to say it. This child is pitiful. We got one of those at our job, Lala D, so I feel you on that one. Lala D say, good night, D-Lo. Dang. Bill Joseph Brown. I guess we can call it a night. It's 12:16. Hyphy has been asleep for the last hour and a half. Only lucky thing about it this time, he fell asleep with his mic on mute.
That man probably watching some old fights, man.
I'm finna have to do my homework. I got to go to the Marlowe's community page, get their list, and dive in. Because I got to be ready. Come Friday when it's time to turn in my list, I got to be ready for surefire. This man threatened to just do me bad and said he was sorry. Tell a bitch. Who threatens to do you bad and say they sorry at the same time?
Yeah, you don't apologize for doing somebody dirty, especially when you intend on doing them dirty.
Yeah, because that's his intentions. That is totally his intentions. Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead. I'm going for all the gusto this week. So as soon as I get off from work early in the morning, I just come straight home, straight to study, straight to picks. I'll do that clean until Friday. I feel like I have everything set up and ready. Send them in Friday. I have to rely heavy on the pedigree scale. Trace out making this pedigree scale look bad. But I really did it pedigree scale justice because the week I did good, I used it. And the week I did bad, I did.
Trey trying to put content creators on timeout who don't finish in the top 20.
Yeah, shit. I'm like, if I don't step my game up, that's me. We'll be blank on Tuesday night for 2 weeks. Y'all don't have to come on the show. I just have to sit here and be quiet.
You just fire it up for us, and we just get to going.
Yeah, that's what it look like. That's the kind of position he want to put brother in. He's like, yeah.
We'd be like, yeah, MZ's on timeout right now. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. Until then, we gonna hold it down for OG.
Now, see, I would just that would be like, now content creators match that. Have a show where you don't talk because you on timeout because you didn't perform well. Which one of y'all got the balls to do that?
I say none of them. And a lot of them need to be on timeout for a lot of the straight lies they be spitting out here in YouTube streets, man.
I'm so
fighters on
publishing promotional companies.
Exactly. Like,
I'm gonna say his name. I know I shouldn't, but I'm gonna say his name. What is Fred Hawthorne's deal with PBC? Because I remember at one time he was highly, he was pretty good on them. And then all of a sudden it seems like he has a vendetta against Al Heyman and Steven Espinoza.
Well, it all stems from there's one lady who's in charge of getting media passes and stuff like that. Who's just it's not just him, but it's a couple other people who spoke on her being real disrespectful and stuff like that, and treatment of certain media folks. But then Fred compiles the situation by dogging out, Sean Porter's father, Kenny Porter, who he had a real good relationship at one point in time. He allowed another content creator to get him involved with speaking ill on Kenny. And then that relationship deteriorated to a point where he got into an altercation with the man at a PBC event. And ever since then, Fred hasn't shown up at one of those fights since. So that's when the slap heard around the YouTube world was
heard around the world. I saw that. I saw that video.
Yeah, you saw it and you heard it.
I was like, let me see. When I first saw it, I was like, wow, did he just do that? But then I was also like, why is he stepping behind that lady like that? it kind of took me off both ways. But yeah, he Lala D laughing. She said Kenny Porter took his woman. I thought he had a Asian lady. Anyway, I ain't gonna go on all that part. But I did see him get slapped. And I was like, whoa. And from there, I remember, him not talking well about Kenny Porter anymore. He rolled on Kenny Porter for a little while, but it seems like it's like a dog with a bone with this PBC and Steven Espinoza. And I know the lady, I know of the lady that you're talking about because I've heard him speak her name before. And he did say, why did she hold it? That's what it started with. It started with her. He started complaining about her, and this vendetta was against her, and then it slowly morphed into Steven Espinoza and Showtime don't have money for these things, and then it morphed into Al Heyman not paying fighters. And when I really think about it, I can almost say that that's really where that fire started from when all these other guys started saying it. Unless I'm tripping, but he was really the first one that I really started hearing have an annoying, constant attack on those people, those entities. And then it slowly started picking up with other YouTube channels. Damn.
Yeah, and for a while he was driving a lot of the narratives in terms of a lot of the stuff that was being put out here. He had a nice little run where he was driving a lot of the boxing conversations on YouTube. A lot of stuff was coming from his channel that a lot of other channels were utilizing and feeding off of. And it's funny how he was dictating for a minute and how everybody was circulating videos and doing their live streams based on what he was talking about. It's funny how they all ostracized him later on when, for a lot of us, we just all knew he was full of shit. And not somebody you could take serious as far as some of the stuff he's presenting, because it's clearly a vendetta there. But it's also there's levels of entertainment that goes along with it too. So that part of it. But yeah, Fred was in a good position, a good space, and he allowed himself to be drawn into somebody else's agenda that ruined his relationship that he had, because he had a good relationship with people from the PBC.
Because I used to frequent his channel because he would have some good interviews on his channel. He reached out and got Jason Whitlock to come go on his channel, and I went because I really wanted to see what Jason Whitlock had to say, because I was like, this dude can't be like the dude that we see on TV. This gotta be a persona. But listening to him and listening to his reasoning and everything like that, I got a better understanding of it. I still feel like, the shots that he take at black people in the whole is horrible, but I got a better understanding of him by seeing him on that channel. And when it started changing from that to, like you said, it started changing from that to like a vendetta, it kind of lost me. And to answer your question, Lala D, she said, hey, where's King Louis? Have he ever come through? Yes, he has come through a couple of times. But I think Louis might be having things that he be doing on Tuesday. I just happened to pick Tuesday because I saw the analytics say this is the best time for you to do stuff. On Tuesdays and Saturdays, it's the best time to release a podcast episode. That's for anybody who wants to know. I just happen to know that. But yeah, back to what we were saying. Yeah, I feel you with that on that, Jay, 100. But yeah, thinking about it, I could almost kind of point arrow saying today the PVC vendetta started at Barbershop Conversations. slow. It started slow little flame, and it seemed to be just constantly burning something. He keeps fuel in it. It's almost like Fanon right now with Bud.
Yeah, and it don't look good for Bud to be even worried about what YouTubers are saying. Like that
They
should
they
be
got
the
out there scheme.
that should be the least thing on your brain is what these dudes are saying on YouTube.
Yeah, I just happened to be just noticed it. Yeah, there's some people that really got some strong feelings and strong statements, and they hammering at it.
Thing is, you ain't never gonna see a dude like Fanon. You're never gonna see him come to any of these fights. He's never gonna come up and try to interview, Bud Crawford or anything like that. So I don't even know why Bud wasting his time even responding, giving these dudes the time of day. To be honest,
Huh. Well,
I wouldn't even call them out by name. They don't even deserve to be called out by name. I would just lump them in with a whole bunch of other people.
just leave it as is.
Yeah, because you giving him more ammo. Now he feel more emboldened because he figured like, I struck a nerve. This dude talking about me. And you got more idiots who going to show up on his channel, listening to what he got to say because now Bud Crawford is in some way legitimized him by talking about him.
Well, classic thing. I know in music, you don't want to give somebody fame, you don't say their name. Simple as that. I actually learned about Jay-Z because Tupac, they said his name on his album. And I was like, Jay-Z, who the fuck is that? Then I went and checked him out and was like, oh, this dude. So yeah, I feel you on that 100%. With that being said, my brother, I think we can go ahead and lock it down. Call it a night.
All right, like always, man, appreciate being on the panel, man, talking boxing, having a good time with everybody from the fam in the chat, man. Appreciate Lala D coming through. One of these days, hopefully she get up on this panel, and grace us with some of her boxing knowledge.
Or something about track and field, whatever she want to come on and talk about.
Something about track and field. Yeah, tell us about your track and field events. Was you a high hurdler? Were you a pole vaulter? Did you do the triple jump or did you run the 200? Those are some of my favorite events, especially watch females, in track and field. MZ's very versed in, the specifics of track and field athletes that I like to pay attention to anyway.
Well, I paid a little attention to it, but she said, okay, she gonna do that. 100, you come on it. I'd love to have you on it and let you just let loose and let us know what's going on. I tried to triple jump before. It's pretty hard. I also tried the high jump. Couldn't get the technique. It just didn't feel right jumping like that, where you arch your back and kick your feet. I couldn't get that. Track and field was not something that I would excel in. I could do cross country, but sprinting and all that stuff, just running for no reason to me just didn't make sense.
Yeah, we were so ignorant. We used to look at cross country as that's what the white boys do. Like we would say ignorant ass shit like that.
Shoot, when I my second year in college, my basketball coach Dims, that was a priority for us. We had to join the cross country team if we was on the basketball team. That was his way to make sure we could run. Coach Apple and Coach Hartley, both of them were frequent to having us run outside in that Texas sun. I can say that both ways worked. Cross country worked. I had fun running cross country. We traveled. We went to Dallas. We went to Detroit and ran in Detroit. We ran in Illinois. We ran in Mississippi. Our cross country team was pretty good for us to all be first timers.
That's
I
good.
hope. Yeah, we got to travel in two sports, which was fun to me because my main thing was basketball in school. And that was the only thing I was moving around for. But when we got on the cross country team, I brought in full-heartedly because coach was also the cross country coach because we were trying to get Jarvis into the I think it was D3, D2 they was trying to get moved into because they weren't ranked at that time. They were trying to get moved in, and we had to have certain sports in order to be ranked for that conference. So cross country was one of them with the assistant basketball team.
Yeah, I used to tell my brother to run with the soccer team, to keep himself in condition running wise, because he played football and basketball. I say you should run with the soccer team and do their drills and stuff like that for the stamina.
Right. Because if you can get on a basketball court and you can run, and halftime come around and you're not tired, dude, running all day was something that I love to do, especially I could just play basketball all day. I can go to the court at like 12 o'clock noon. Or better yet, in Houston, we have covered courts in certain spots that my brothers and I would go to, and we would show up there about like 10:45, 11 o'clock, and we would ball from 11 to like 7 at night, just running, not tired. I ain't in that shape like that no more.
None of us are.
Get me out there talking about running all day. We're going to need some kind of assistance getting home because I'm sure some going to start hurting.
I could give you like a good 30, 45 minutes straight. That's about it, man. So my workout's only about that long now. And I mostly do boxing, cardio type workouts at full pace for 30 minutes. That's about it, bro. I'll be spent afterwards.
I feel you. My wife in such good shape. She do a lot of walking, but she's in shape. I got to figure out something, because my arm messed up. It's not like I can go and lift weights or nothing like that. I don't want to have no funny shaped body because you done worked out, but one side not doing nothing and the other side is. That I can't be walking around like that. So I guess I got to keep this silky slim shape for as long as I can. As long as I keep the pot belly out the way, I'm good. And I guess I'll say I appreciate everybody coming through, hitting the like button, riding as long as you did, because I see we down to 5, which means it's about time to close out. So with that being said, I'm going to say good night to one and all. Looking forward to having you on the panel, Lala D. Holla at you, Joseph Brown. Appreciate you stopping through. And hype you if you sleep, wake up.